Hello and welcome everybody from the capital of Japan, from Tokyo. This travel film will be more special compared to the others because I will also present local habits, local traditions and things which might be very weird for a European tourist, because when we visit Japan, we visit Tokyo, we can meet like a cultural shock, a cultural difference. So yes, Japanese culture is absolutely different compared also to other Asian cultures. So of course we'll also visit all sightseeing attractions, the main sightseeing attractions of Tokyo. But first of all, I would like to present you some interesting facts about Tokyo and some historical details. First of all, it is a common misconception that Tokyo is the largest city of the world. This is not true. It has a population of 14 million people, but if we consider the greater Tokyo area, which consists of Tokyo and some parts of six neighboring prefectures, then in this metropolitan area 40.8 million people live. So this is the largest metropolitan area of the world. So the correct sentence is that Tokyo is the largest metropolis of the world. Despite most of the world recognizes Tokyo as a city, since 1943 its governing structure is more akin to a prefecture, with a governor and an assembly of the metropolitan area taking precedence over the smaller municipal governments which form the whole metropolitan area. Tokyo is part of the Kanto region, located on the central coast of Honshu Island, the largest island of the country. And Tokyo is the economic center of the country and also the seat of the Japanese government and of Emperor of Japan. Originally Tokyo was a small fishing village, absolutely incredible information, and that time it was called Edo, and it was part of the Musashi province. The kanji letters of Edo mean inlet, entrance door, so actually referring to an estuary, because this is a reference to the location of the original settlement of Tokyo, because at that time this fishing village was located at the estuary of the Sumida River and the current Tokyo Bay, so that's why it was called Edo estuary in Japanese kanji letters. Edo was first fortified at the end of the 12th century by the Edo clan, and the first castle was built in 1457. The Edo castle was intended to protect this region, and it was built by Ota Dökan, who was later in 1486 assassinated, and after that many feudal lords were possessing this area. 1590 is a very important year in the history of Tokyo, because in that year a samurai and the feudal lord Toyotomi Hideyoshi granted the land and actually the whole Kanto region to Tokugawa Ieyasu, and he left his ancestral land, the Mikawa province, to move here to Edo, and he expanded and renovated the abandoned Edo castle, and he made further improvements in this area, and he later became in 1603 the shogun and de facto the ruler of the country. So the Tokugawa shogunate was established, and this means that the country, Japan, was ruled from Edo. So the Tokugawa shogunate was leading the country from Edo, but Edo was not yet the capital of Japan, because even though de facto, in practice, the shogun was the ruler of the country, de jure, the imperial house of Japan was the leader, and well, their seat was located in Kyoto from 1794 until 1868, and the emperor formally named the shogun, but he couldn't influence who will be the shogun and who will be the leader of the country. So this was like a very interesting time, very controversial time, when the emperor had actually no meaning and no power in the country, because all the power was possessed by the shogun. During the Edo period, the city enjoyed a prolonged period of peace, also known as Pax Tokugawa, and the shogunate adopted a stringent policy of seclusion in order to avoid any military conflicts. So this period is a very peaceful time, and many historians call this as the best time of the history of Tokyo, because there were no conflicts and people lived peacefully. The absence of war helped the Tokugawa shogunate to invest all the resources to construct more buildings, but it was moreover reconstruction, because the city suffered of continuous fires, earthquakes, and other devastating natural disasters. So they reconstructed all buildings over and over again, and by the 18th century Edo was one of the largest cities of the world, and it had a population of 1 million people. Matthew Culbreath Perry was an American naval officer, and he participated in many wars. He arrived here to Edo with his ships in 1853, and he forced the locals to open the ports of Hakodate and Shimoda, which was leading to high inquiry, high need for foreign goods, and in the end a high inflation devastated the city, and the Perry expedition ended the centuries-long isolationism of Japan and Edo. The inflation brought social unrest and led into rebellions. The locals were very angry about the high prices, of course, and there were also many brutal conflicts, and they also smashed the rice establishments. The people who were favoring the emperor used this situation in order to overthrow the last Tokugawa shogun, who was called Yoshinobu. So the last shogun was overthrown in 1867. The end of the Pax Tokugawa came. 265 years of peace came to an end, and well, these are all historical facts. And let me allow also a personal comment, which was leading to the end of the peace, that the Americans came to Japan. In the May of 1868, the Edo castle was handed over to the emperor supporting forces, and the last samurai who were loyal to the shogun kept fighting, and the last battle was at Ueno, the Battle of Ueno, on the 4th July of 1868, when almost all samurai died in the battle against the emperor's army, emperor supporting forces. And well, after this battle, the whole city of Edo came under the rule of the emperor. After the overthrow of the Tokugawa shogunate, for the first time in more centuries, the emperor ceased to be a mere figurehead, and he became both de facto and de jure the ruler of the country. On the 3rd September of 1868, Emperor Meiji renamed Edo to Tokyo, which simply means Eastern capital. Actually, Edo was the nation's political center already during the Tokugawa shogunate, but it was like only the capital in practice, but not officially, not de jure. So after Meiji became the emperor of the whole country, and also de jure, then also Tokyo became the seat of the government, and Emperor Meiji also visited Tokyo at the end of the year, and he moved here in the next year, in 1869. The Edo castle was also renamed as the Imperial Castle. Government ministries such as Ministry of Finance were also relocated to Tokyo, and the first railway was opened in 1872. The 1870s saw the establishment of new institutions and facilities that now symbolize Tokyo, such as the Ueno Park, established in 1873, the University of Tokyo from 1877, and the Tokyo Stock Exchange from 1878. The modernization of the country was led from Tokyo, and the business district of Marunouchi was also created with many modern brick buildings, so the city was modernized in a very fast pace. The city of Tokyo was officially established on the 1st May of 1889, and the Imperial Diet and the national legislature of the country were also established in 1889, with both still operating the same way in the city. On the 1st September of 1923, the Great Kanto earthquake struck the city, and an estimated population of 105,000 people lost their lives. It was a very tragic event, but the city council also saw an opportunity in this to reconsider urban planning and also to rebuild the buildings in a more modern way, that the buildings resist to earthquakes. Well, I traveled to Tokyo first time in 2015, and that time I was not doing vlogs yet, which is a pity, because many crazy stories happened to me. So actually there was also an earthquake during I was staying here in Tokyo, a 5.5, and I was staying in a hotel on the 21st floor, and well, when I went down in the morning, the receptionist asked me if I felt the earthquake, and I didn't even wake up. So most of these modern buildings are very resistant to earthquakes. Well, 5.5 is not very strong, but still it's also not a chill, a very easy earthquake. So yeah, this is what I wanted to say, that most of the modern buildings are constructed earthquake resistant. The Tokyo Metro Ginza line connecting Ueno and Asakusa was the first underground railway line built outside Europe and the American continents. It was completed on the 30th December of 1927. The 1930s saw an economic downturn caused by the Great Depression and political turmoil. In 1936, a military coup d'etat happened in Tokyo, and some military wings of the government took over the control of the country, and this led to the participation in the Second World War on the side of the Axis powers. And on the 8th December of 1941, Japan attacked the military forces of the United States in Hawaii at Pearl Harbor. So with that day, Japan joined the Second World War actively against the Allied forces. In 1943, the city of Tokyo merged together with the prefecture of Tokyo and formed the Metropolitan Prefecture of Tokyo. Between 1944 and 45, the Allied forces bombed Tokyo and destroyed half of the city. Also, many civilians passed away. The number of victims is between 75,000 and 200,000. The surrender of Japan came after the atomic bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki by the United States. And Tokyo became the base of the United States, from where Douglas MacArthur administered Japan for 6 years. The Japanese government wanted to rebuild the buildings, but the US officials didn't really let them. Moreover, they boycotted because they focused on constructing the roads and constructing infrastructure. But after 6 years they left Japan, and the economic growth finally started to develop somehow in the 1950s. After the occupation of Japan ended in 1952, Tokyo was rebuilt very fast, and the reconstruction was showcased during the Summer Olympics of 1964, and the world was wondering how fast Japan was rebuilt. Moreover, the city of Tokyo, it was absolutely amazing to host the Summer Olympics, and everybody enjoyed staying here. Absolutely modern city already. 1960s showed that Tokyo became already a significant leading part of the world economics, and one of the three commanding cities for the world economics, along New York City and London. Today Tokyo has the second largest metropolitan economy in the world after New York City, with a gross metropolitan product estimated at $2 trillion US. Tokyo is a major international finance center. It houses the headquarters of several of the world's largest investment banks and insurance companies, and it is a hub of Japan's transportation, publishing, broadcasting and electronics industries. Some people still don't recognize the new data after the pandemic because they think that tourism is not yet fully restored. So the last data from 2019 shows that 15.1 million people visited Tokyo. There were so many tourists who contributed to the GDP of the city. In 2011, the Tohoku earthquake and tsunami devastated most of the northeastern coast of Honshu, and the earthquake was also felt in Tokyo, but the buildings are constructed earthquake resistant, and they used a very high-tech engineering style in order to withstand seismic activity, so mostly it is very safe in Tokyo, even though Japan and Tokyo is very near to the Boso triple junction, the meeting point of three tectonic plates: the North American plate, the Philippine Sea plate and the Pacific Ocean plate. So yeah, it is very annoying and very stressful for the tourists that an earthquake can occur every time, and this means that earthquakes of magnitude between 4 and 6 are very common, and usually in Tokyo it is felt like swaying in a boat, and locals don't even bat an eye, so they usually very relaxed about it. It happened many times that the tourists reported some small earthquake in the subway, in the metro, in the Tokyo metro, and locals didn't even look around or do anything. They were just calmly staying, and they actually, to say, they didn't give a shit about this earthquake, and the tourists were in panic. So these kind of small earthquakes are not even relevant here in Tokyo. Well, I would recommend to not be stressed about it, just enjoy sightseeing and experiencing Japanese culture, because usually the epicenter of the earthquake is not in Tokyo. I mean, usually most of the time it is not dangerous here in the city. The highest peak of Japan is Mount Fuji. It is located 100 kilometers southwest of Tokyo. It is very easy to reach it, but I will give you more information in the next vlog, because I'm planning to climb Mount Fuji, 3,776 meters high, and there is a very low risk of eruptions, so as a tourist we don't need to be afraid of it. The last eruption was the Hoei eruption on the 16th December of 1707, which lasted 16 days, but since then there was no eruption, and it is not predicted to have another one, so it is completely safe to travel there. It is very near to Tokyo actually. Tokyo has a humid subtropical climate with hot, humid summers and cold, sometimes mild winters. The hottest month is August. Well, I'm here in August, but it was not picked intentionally. Usually the average temperature is 26-27 Celsius degrees, but what I experienced usually during noon, during lunchtime, it is like 35-36, sometimes not so hot, but 33 Celsius degrees, so it is really hot here. As you can see, I was suffering doing this introduction for the vlog all the time, talking in the sun, but well, this is part of making this travel film. So yes, the hottest month is August and the coldest month is January. Usually the average temperature is 5 Celsius degrees, and sometimes it is also snowing in Tokyo during winter. In 2013, Tokyo was selected to host the 2020 Summer Olympics. Thus, Tokyo became the first Asian city which hosted 2 Olympic Games, even though the Olympic Games were delayed because of the COVID pandemic, and finally it was hosted in 2021. Under Japanese law, Tokyo is designated as a to, translated as a metropolis, and Tokyo Prefecture is the most populous and the densest prefecture of Japan, with 6,100 inhabitants per square kilometer, but by geographic area it is only on the 3rd place after Osaka and Kagawa. The administration of Tokyo Prefecture is similar to the other prefectures of Japan. Tokyo Prefecture consists of 23 special wards. These are called Tokubetsu-ku in Japanese. So each special ward has the status of a city and has its own government and own mayor and own council, so they can decide for local questions, for local things, so they can make some kind of local law which is valid only in their own special ward. In addition to these 23 special wards, Tokyo also has 26 cities called shi, 5 towns called machi, and 8 villages called mura or son. So these all together form the prefecture of Tokyo, the metropolitan area of Tokyo, which is led by the metropolitan government of Tokyo. And this institute has, the government has a main governor, which is democratically elected by the council. Tokyo is Japan's largest domestic and international hub for rail and ground transportation. The public transportation is very effective and very clean. You can imagine a very complex transportation system with moreover trains and subways, but we can also find the buses and the trams. So in Tokyo we can find more than 700 train stations, absolutely incredible, and 62 train lines. So even for the experienced traveler, for the experienced tourist, it is hard to navigate in Tokyo. It's very challenging, but this is also part of the fun. The oldest continuously operating company of the whole world is located in Tokyo. This is a construction company established in 578, so it is more than 1,400 years old. It is called Kongu Gumi, and it is a family-owned construction company, absolutely incredible, and they construct temples, so they actually contributed to more iconic buildings of Japan. Tokyo's love for anime and manga is deeply ingrained in its culture. These Japanese art forms have transcended the realm of entertainment, influencing everything from fashion and language to tourism and technology. so they are literally everywhere. In Tokyo, anime and manga are not just hobbies, they are a way of life, part of culture. Well, and who doesn't know what is the difference? Manga are books, while anime consists of shows and movies, but I think the creatures and the characters look kind of the same in drawing or on the TV. Actually, the dimension is just the only difference, in my opinion at least. Now let me show you how a typical Japanese apartment looks like. I rented this apartment for 11 days. This is the entrance door, and here is like a small place where we need to take off our shoes. There are many strict house rules. Guests are required to sort rubbish. There is a garbage classification rule on the wall. Very precise, very Japanese. If not sorted, additional fee of 3,300 will be charged. That's like 20 euro, so not cheap. Also, if you don't take off your shoes, same fine, 3,300. And this is very tough. You will have to check out right away when I receive a complaint about noise from neighbors. So yeah, I need to keep silence, otherwise it would be a big trouble. I hope this will not happen. Of course, no smoking. There's a washing machine. This umbrella is mine, I bought it from a convenience store. And there are two separate rooms, one for the toilet, and separately is the shower room. Here you can take a shower, but what is more interesting for us, for Europeans, that there are two high-tech stuff to control this room. Absolutely amazing. So now if I would like to take a shower, it would be cold because I didn't turn this on. So this is how you can manage the hot water. You can turn... Oh, she's also talking to you. So you can change the temperature of the water or set it actually. So if it's not set, then it is just cold water. And this panel is even more interesting. So here I am using usually this one after a shower, because it is like yeah, to absorb the how to say, the foam after the shower. So it is like cleaning the air in the room. But it is more interesting that there is also this button which I turn it on, then it is like a dryer room. It turns to a dryer room. So in the winter you cannot use the balcony to dry your clothes, so you can put it here, and this room turns into a drying room. And you can also change here the level of drying. I already tried to turn this on just to experience, just to check, test how is it, and well, it turned very hot here. Of course you need to close the door when you want such a drying action. So this is how it looks like. The other options, I don't know what they do, because it's all in Japanese, so it's kind of hard to do anything here. And with this black button I can turn it off. And to save energy you can also turn this off. So yeah, here's a microwave, refrigerator, not surprising, and small bedroom, but it's enough for a tourist just to come back home and sleep. So yeah, small desk, which is enough for my laptop. I bring it with me in order to make the priority of my videos. I'm not editing during my holiday. I'm just making sure that I move from my camera to the laptop. It's also because of safety. If I, well, God helps, I hope I never lose my camera, but it is better to keep the material safe. It is like an intercom. If somebody wants to visit you, then you can check it here and let them in. Another panel. And what is more interesting, I mean, comparing, for example, to my apartment in Romania, then you can also see on the screen who is visiting you, because there is a camera. So there is also air conditioning, like everywhere in Japan. Summers are very hot. And here's a small balcony. Everything is very small, actually. So this clothes and this stuck sometimes. Sorry for the noise. So this is too small for the clothes. It fits like, I don't know, 5-6 t-shirts. So I found this. It's a very interesting stuff. So you can also put some clothes on this dryer. It's very hot also now, and some thunderstorm is coming. I hope it will not ruin my sightseeing today. Well, there is not a interesting view from here, but it shouldn't be. I will not sit outside at the balcony. It is just to dry my clothes. So this is how a Japanese apartment looks like. Convenience stores are part of the Japanese culture. These stores offer all kind of goods what you can quickly need. Some makeup or some underwear, some electronics like a power bank or chargers, some wires or headphones, or some fresh foods. So literally everything. Well, they are usually smaller stores, so don't expect a very large variety, but for the daily needs you can find here everything. And these are open conveniently every day, 24 hours. So even if you wake up in the middle of the night and you need some kind of goods to have a shower, or I don't know, some food because you got hungry or you want to have a beer, then you can just head to the convenience store. So these are really very convenient and open every time. It is not allowed to take a photo or video inside, that's why I'm taking this recording outside. There are many chains, for example Family Mart, which is in my back, but there is also 7-Eleven. Maybe 7-Eleven is more popular, but well, they all have very good prices usually. So if you cannot find a convenience store and you want to ask some local Japanese where is this store, then it is called kombini in Japanese, and to ask where it is, you can say kombini wa doko desu ka. So this means where is the convenience store, and then you can use a sign language. Usually locals don't speak much English. Yesterday I was walking back to my apartment, and some girls stopped me, and they wanted to bring me to some girl bar. This is what they were advertising, and I didn't know what is it. I was thinking it's some kind of a striptease bar, so I politely refused. Well, I don't judge people who go to some kind of striptease bars and stuff like that, but it's not for me. So I just went home and I googled what is it about, and I was really surprised. It's nothing sexual, and it's not even a striptease. So well, how to start the explanation? In Japanese culture, people do a lot of overtime, so they are literally working at least 10 hours in a day. I also talked with some locals, and one told me that he is working from 9 AM until midnight. Can you imagine this? Well, I find the Japanese culture really attractive because they're always very polite, they bow, they always say thank you very much, they are always keeping everything very clean, everything is well organized, precise. This is absolutely attractive and amazing. People would think, okay, let's move to Japan, but working here and living here, it's absolutely different. So you can imagine the following situation: some businessmen or some people who don't have time to date, of course, because they're working and working all the time, can go to these girl bars just to talk with a girl. So you can imagine, like, you pay 2,000 or 3,000 yen in some fancier places. It is like 4,000 yen for 1 hour, and for this fee you can just sit at a table and talk with some very beautiful, of course, very beautiful and pretty Japanese girls. And well, you should order also some drink, of course, at least one drink. It's not just like sitting and talking. And sometimes you should also order for the girl some drink, but it's okay if you don't. So this is what is about these girl bars, that you pay for socializing in a very beautiful company. So it is like a hostess service what you get in this bar. I forgot to mention that the convenience store 7-Eleven also has ATMs. Why is that important? It happened to me many times that I went to some local Japanese banks and I tried their ATM, and my European Visa or MasterCard was refused. Not all places accept overseas credit cards or debit cards, so 7-Eleven was much more easier. I could withdraw cash here, so I wanted to add this as a travel advice. All tourists visiting Japan usually learn how to say thank you very much, arigatou gozaimasu, but it is strange to hear from some Japanese that they also say arigatou gozaimashita. So what is the difference? Gozaimashita is the past tense, so how can you imagine this? For example, if you get on the bus and you pay for a ticket, you say thank you very much, so arigatou gozaimasu. But when you get off from the bus, you thank for the driver for the ride, which is already in the past. So it is a proper time to a proper way to say arigatou gozaimashita. Shibuya crossing is a popular pedestrian scramble crossing in Shibuya. Pedestrian scramble or exclusive pedestrian interval is a type of traffic signal movement that temporarily stops all vehicular traffic, thereby allowing pedestrians to cross on an intersection in every direction, including diagonally at the same time. So as you can see, there are many crossings from all directions. It is located in front of the Shibuya Station Hachiko exit and stops all vehicles in all directions to allow pedestrians to inundate the entire intersection. 3 large video screens mounted on nearby buildings overlook the crossing, such as the landmark Q-front, as well as many static advertising signs. That also makes Shibuya very popular. So now the crossing starts. Shibuya crossing is the world's busiest pedestrian crossing, with as many as 3,000 people crossing at a time every 2 minutes. So here are probably 3,000 people right now. Absolutely incredible. Given its heavy traffic and amount of advertising, it is also compared to Times Square in New York City. The statue of Hachiko between the station and the intersection is a common meeting place, which is always very crowded. Hachiko was a Japanese Akita dog, remembered for his remarkable loyalty to his owner, Hidesabaru Ueno, for whom he continued to wait for over 9 years following Ueno's death. In 1924, Hidesabaru Ueno, a professor at the Tokyo Imperial University, brought him to live in Shibuya as his pet. Hachiko would meet Ueno at Shibuya Station every day after his commute home. This continued until the 21st May of 1925, when Ueno died of cerebral hemorrhage while at work. From then until his death on the 8th March of 1935, Hachiko would return to Shibuya Station every day to await Ueno's return. During his lifetime, the dog was held up in Japanese culture as an example of loyalty and fidelity. Since his death, he continues to be remembered worldwide in popular culture with statues, movies and books. After his death, Hachiko remains were cremated and his ashes were buried in Aoyama Cemetery, Minato, where they rest beside those of Hachiko's beloved master, Professor Ueno. Hachiko became a national sensation. His faithfulness to his master's memory impressed the people of Japan as a spirit of family loyalty to which all should strive to achieve. Each year on the 8th March, Hachiko's devotion is honored with a solemn ceremony of remembrance at Shibuya Station. Hundreds of dog lovers often turn out to honor his memory and loyalty. Shinjuku is a district in Shibuya, a special ward of Tokyo. I mean, Shibuya is a special ward of Tokyo. I forgot to say that when we were at the Scramble Square. So Harajuku is known internationally as a center of Japanese youth culture and fashion. Shopping and dining options include many small youth-oriented independent boutiques and cafes, but the neighborhood also attracts many larger international chain stores with high-end luxury merchandisers. Cat Street is the nickname for the mostly pedestrianized alley in Tokyo that runs between Harajuku and Shibuya. Cat Street is a haven of hip culture dedicated to youth fashion. The formal name of the street is Kyu Shibuya Gawa Yuhodoro, or Old Shibuya River Pedestrian Lane. The very upper Harajuku end of Cat Street is mainly residential with an increasing concentration, but as we will walk down, many fashion boutiques, also including second-hand clothing, bars, food stalls, eateries and cafes await us. It is nicknamed Cat Street, but do not expect any feline here. It has nothing to do with cats. Only the name of the street is Catty. Cat Street is 1.25 kilometers long, so offers plenty of different access options from various railway stations. Here you can also customize your t-shirt. Here's someone. Here is Mickey. Okay. Selling mainly sunglasses. Also small food stall. Looks like takoyaki, I think. Here they are selling candy, so yeah, you can also find other shops, not just clothes. Oh, here's a clothes shop, some kind of boutique. It's a very long street, so it has many options. It offers a lot for the tourists. Omate-Sando is a Zelkoa tree-lined avenue located in Shibuya. Known as the Champs-Élysées of Tokyo, Omate-Sando's tree-lined streets are filled with beautiful shops, funky cafes and great restaurants. It is also the gateway to the entrance to the Meiji Jingu shrine. Similar to Ginza, Omate-Sando is home to many international brands ranging from Dior to Gap, as well as Japanese labels. The wide walkways and the beautiful storefronts are a sight to see, as the very modern architecture is a clear example of the upwardly mobile taste of the local community and the exceptional capabilities of Japanese designers to respond in kind. Takeshita Street in Harajuku is known for wacky, youth-driven shops selling colorful and crazy clothes and accessories. It is also a paradise for sweet lovers. We shouldn't miss the fluffy, sugary crepes, some special pancakes. This is a fun and iconic street for fashion, food, sweets and more. Japanese people are dressed very interestingly and it's very busy always, also on weekdays, but in the weekend is even more busier, very full. Shibuya Scramble Square is a mixed-use skyscraper connected to the Shibuya Station. It is part of redevelopment of the station area. Construction is still going on. Located above Shibuya Station, the complex consists of 3 buildings, including an eastern building, Shibuya Scramble Square, 229.71 meter height, a central building 61 meter in height, and a western building 76 meter height. Construction of the complex began in 2014 and is due to end in 2027 with an area of 276,000 square meters. The complex includes shops, offices, an observation deck and a parking area. The eastern building of the complex, the Shibuya Scramble Square skyscraper, was completed in the October of 2019 and opened on the 1st November of that year with an area of 181 square meters. This is the Shibuya Scramble Square. In the middle you can see over there the text, the name, the title of the skyscraper. So this building is more interesting for us because we'll go to the top. It is really hard to get a ticket. I went here 2 times when I had some recordings to do in the nearby area. Over there is the Shibuya crossing, Shibuya Scramble crossing. So it is hard to get a ticket on site. So last time I bought one for Tuesday and today is Tuesday, so finally I can go up. But it is really bad that some open air area is closed kind of often when the weather is not nice, and also today it is raining. So let's see if I can also go to that part of the observation deck. So this observation deck is located on the roof of this skyscraper. It is called Shibuya Sky. Weekdays typically see fewer visitors compared to weekends, making them ideal for a more relaxed experience. So I hope it will not too crowded. The name Shibuya Scramble Square comes from the infamous pedestrian crossing located just a few meters from the landmark. The Scramble, this is the busiest pedestrian crossing in the world, as people can walk in every direction, making it quick and accessible to reach every building near Shibuya Station. So now let's go up and take a look. It is kind of cloudy, but still. So So this is the 45th floor. The observation deck is located here, and the outdoor area is closed because of very small rain, so I'm kind of upset with this. It's not raining hard, so I don't know why they closed it. Over there we can see the Yoyogi Park, which was hosting a place of the 1964 Summer Olympics. So a very interesting arena is there. I tried to make some good recordings, but the glass is too wet after the rain, so it's not a clear view what I can offer to you. If I could come yesterday, it was really sunny, but well. Over there is the scramble crossing. It's interesting that here is an artificial flower garden. I don't really get it why or to what end, but maybe they wanted to offer something in exchange for the closed terrace. I think it would be more authentic to find some Japanese flowers, I don't know, not these fake flowers. Also a view of the railway traffic towards Shibuya Station. The train is just arriving. I think it's the Yamanote line, as I see the green color. There's also a smaller scramble crossing next to the big one in Shibuya, and here you can find one of the most famous shopping malls in the area, Shibuya 109. This skyscraper, huge shopping mall. This shopping mall is the best place to go for unique and girly Japanese fashion. So if you're interested about how Japanese girls are dressing, or you want to buy something for your daughter, or I don't know, it's a good place to go. Shoes, clothes, costumes, beauty products, accessories and food are all on offer. Meiji Shrine is a Shinto shrine in Shibuya. It is dedicated to the deified spirits of Emperor Meiji and his wife, Empress Shoken. We should be careful to not cross through the center of the torii, because that is reserved for the deities, for the kami. The shrine does not contain the emperor's grave, which is located at Fushimi Momoyama, south of Kyoto. After the emperor's death in 1912, the Japanese Diet passed the resolution to commemorate his role in the Meiji restoration. An iris garden in the area of Tokyo, where Meiji and Shoken had been known to visit, was chosen as the building's location. Construction began in 1915, and the shrine was built in a traditional Nagare Zukuri style. Now we will enter towards the main building. So they use primarily Japanese cypress and copper for the construction. It was estimated that the cost of the construction was 5,219,000 yen in 1920, approximately 26 million US dollars. About a quarter of the actual cost to be donated by local citizens. They gave materials and labor. It was formally dedicated on the 3rd November 1920, completed in 1921, and its ground officially finished by 1926. The original building was destroyed during the Second World War. The present iteration of the shrine was funded through a public fundraising effort and completed in October of 1958, so reconstruction was needed after the Second World War. Meiji Shrine is located in a forest that covers an area of 70 hectares. The area is covered by an evergreen forest that consists of 120,000 trees of 365 different species, which were donated by people from all parts of Japan when the shrine was established. The forest is visited by many as a recreation and relaxation area in the center of Tokyo. Meiji Shrine has been visited by numerous foreign politicians, including United States President George W. Bush, United States Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and German Foreign Minister Guido Westerwelle. It is not allowed to take any recordings in the shrine, so I can show you only the facade of the main prayer hall, the main building of the Shinto shrine. And there is also a guard who is checking everybody. Also, he's talking to every tourist who is coming with an opened umbrella. You should close your umbrella before entering this place. So it's kind of hard job, I think. Photography is not allowed. He is very serious, but that's his job. It was very funny that these people in the white kimono gathered here, and all tourists started to make a video. They were thinking that it will be like a martial arts exhibition, or I don't know, a big fight, or who knows, but we are in a shrine, so I didn't make a video of it. I knew that they will not fight. So what happened? The boss, who is now washing the hands of these younger guys and girls, told them to clean the wooden parts of the shrine, some columns like this, what you can see in front of me. So they got a small piece of textile, and they started to clean it, dry it. So they are some kind of novices, I think. Very organized. Now the boss will thank for their work, and then they can go. These sake barrels are offered every year to the enshrined deities by members of the Meiji Jingu Zenkoku Shuzo Keishinkai. That's the Meiji Jingu Nationwide Sake Brewers Association. It is not uncommon that Shinto shrines contain such a place where they store barrels of sake, but I'm surprised about the amount here. Maybe because Emperor Meiji is enshrined at this shrine. A large area of the southern section of the shrine grounds is taken up by the inner garden. The garden becomes particularly popular in mid-June, when many irises are in bloom. As mentioned before, the iris flower garden was so much loved by the imperial couple. The emperor and the empress visited the garden many times, but now it is the 4th August of 2024, so we will not see any iris in bloom. There is also a famous well, a small well called the Kiyomasa's well. It is located in the garden, named after the military commander who dug it around 400 years ago. So Kiyomasa was the military commander. The well had been visited by the emperor and has become a popular spiritual power spot. That's why many people visit it. Well, I'm not so interested about it. Tokyo has held onto its title for more than a decade. The city boasts the most Michelin stars in the world, with 212 Michelin-starred restaurants in total. Although this changes yearly, Aragawa has regularly topped the world's most expensive list. This steakhouse specializes in Kobe beef, the champagne of meats, and can set you back at least 35,000 yen, $350 per person per meal. This is not that restaurant, but this one also sells Kobe beef. So I wanted to tell you about this. It's a very expensive one. Here's also very pricey, but as I can see, you can find some better prices. It's not a Michelin star hotel. Well, I was mistaken. Actually, this is a very small portion, so you need to order more grams to get full, so you can get to a very huge bill. Akihabara is a neighborhood in the Chiyoda ward, generally considered to be the area surrounding Akihabara station. The name Akihabara is a shortening of Akibagahara, which ultimately comes from Akiba, named after a fire-controlling deity of a firefighting shrine built after the area was destroyed by a fire in 1869. Akihabara gained the nickname Akihabara Electric shortly after Second World War for being a major shopping center for household electronic goods and the post-war black market. Nowadays, Akihabara is considered by many to be the epicenter of modern Japanese otaku culture. Otaku is a Japanese word that describes people with consuming interests, particularly in anime, manga, video games or computers. So Akihabara is a major shopping district for video games, anime, manga, electronics and computer related goods. Icons from popular anime and manga are displayed prominently on the shops in this area. There are also numerous maid cafes. These are special cafes. In these cafes, waitresses dressed in maid costumes act as servants and treat customers as their masters and mistresses, as if they were in a private home rather than as a cafe patrons. As I see, there are not some manga style only here, also some interesting other pleasures. So let's take a look inside the shop, where we can find some electronics and manga characters. Let's explore this area. So I think there are many specialties. There are also some anime character over there, one maybe a manga, I'm not sure, I don't really watch anime, but it's a very interesting place here in this area. These are the maid cafes. Well, if you want to be served by such a maid, then you should try it by yourself. I don't think filming is allowed inside. So this is the Akihabara station, where you can get off to explore this area. And this is the main mall of Akihabara, as I saw. Welcome to Akihabara, Japan. Here we can find many electronic shops in Yodobashi, Akiba. So this Yodobashi Akiba is like the biggest mall in this Akihabara area. This is also typical in Japan. Selling some SIM cards here, as I saw. Yeah, so you can buy here anything related to computers. Yeah, this is very typical in Japan, that from loudspeaker you can hear some advertising, or they are explaining what are they selling. Here some MacBooks are for sale. 206,600 yen. Well, I cannot convert this very fast to US dollars or to euro, but 10,000 yen is like 60 euro, then 100,000 is 600. So it's like almost 1,200 and something. Yeah, that's a normal price for a laptop nowadays. But many people state that Japan has the best electronic goods, so it is better to buy it here and not in Europe or in the US. And there are even more levels of this big supermarket of electronic devices, and Apple Watch, iPad, you can find here everything. Well, I didn't see much anime and manga characters as I expected. But if we walk around, I'm sure we will find some. Ah, okay, I saw this one time in a video. It's like a live Google translator. You can just talk in it and then it translates, but I don't understand why we should buy some kind of stuff. This is Pocket Talk, this is how it is called, because nowadays if you have internet then you just use Google Translate, or maybe this works with another artificial intelligence and it's better than Google Translate. Then I can understand why it is better, why it is more convenient to buy it, but otherwise I don't know, because Google Translate can also spell out the translated text, so same. I can show you from outside how a maid cafe looks like. are the mates who are treating you as master. These are rocker mates. In the end I convinced myself and I went inside to this maid cafe. I wanted to experience it. Well, I felt already awkward. I went out of the elevator and this tiny Japanese girl was waiting for me there, and she was talking in this girly style, and she asked for my ID. She said only people above 18 can enter to this cafe, and I told her I think I look like 18, but well, she wanted my ID, so I showed the ID. Well, I was thinking that it would be a good joke to also ask for her ID, because they look like, I don't know, 15 or 16. Well, it doesn't matter actually. So, well, after she invited me to a table and gave me a water, and she said this is a happy water and I will be very happy, and lot of bullshit talking, because actually she just wanted to encourage me to remain there. Already to stay at the table I should have paid 880 Japanese yen. That's like 6 euro only for the table. So after that she showed me the menu, and well, before that she explained the rules. The maids cannot be touched, and no photo, no video inside. But if you order some kind of combo menu which includes 2 soft drinks, then in that combo menu you also have the opportunity to take a photo with one of the maids. So yeah, this was kind of interesting. And she told me if I want to order I should not call her name, I should say meow meow or something like that. And I told her okay, no problem. But after I looked on the menu, every drinks were expensive, even though well, if you don't want to buy this combo menu, which was like 3,300 yen, you can take a cheaper drink. But well, also the drinks were expensive, considering also the table fee. So I was thinking I will pass. And anyway, I felt awkward there with these tiny girls. I don't call anybody pervert who tried to experience this. I think it's part of the Japanese culture, but I don't know, it's not for me. So I just left, and well, that was also very awkward. They said, goodbye, thank you so much, thank you so much, thank you for what? I just left. I felt like they are bullying me because I didn't pay anything and I just leave, but I don't think so. That was like part of the procedure to say goodbye also for guests who didn't pay anything. So I don't know, I don't care, I just left from there. This is the Kanda shrine. It is a Shinto shrine located in Chiyoda district. The shrine dates back 1270 years, but the current structure was rebuilt several times due to fire and earthquakes. It is situated in one of the most expensive estate areas of Tokyo. Kanda shrine was an important shrine to both the warrior class and citizens of Japan, especially during the Edo period, when Shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu paid his respect at Kanda shrine. Due to its proximity to the Akihabara electric town, the shrine has become a mecca for the technophiles who frequent Akihabara. The Kanda shrine sells talismans, especially for blessing electronic devices against the types of harm that could come to them. So if you have a very precious laptop or computer and you are gaming frequently on that, and you want that that laptop will never be malfunctioning or never have some problems, then you should come to this shrine for a blessing. Absolutely funny story. So in front of us is the two-story main gate, Zuishin Mon. This marks the entrance of Kanda Shrine. Zuishimon was reconstructed in 1995 with cypress wood and is built with an Irimoya styled roof. The shrine building is constructed in the Shinto style of Gongen Zakuri, so this is the Shinto shrine in front of us. It is painted vermilion and decorated with gold and lacquered interiors. We don't have to pay an entrance fee to enter here, and it is open 0/24. The three major kami enshrined here are Daikokuten, Ebisu and Taira no Masakado. Kami is the holy spirit of the Shinto shrine. So as Daikokuten and Ebisu both belong to the seven gods of fortune, in Japanese Shichi Fukujin, Kanda Shrine is a popular place for businessmen and entrepreneurs to pray for wealth and prosperity. Taira no Masakado was a land-owning government official. He is also enshrined here. Kanda Festival, Kanda Matsuri, is one of the three major Shinto festivals of Tokyo, started in 1600 by Tokugawa Ieyasu to celebrate his decisive victory at the Battle of Sekigahara. At the time of the festival, many people come to this shrine. As you can see, it is closed now, so we cannot go inside to take a look on the kamis. To take a look also on the interior decoration, but we can still pray for the fortune. Story. Japanese people like a clean shaved face. If you have a beard, it is considered dirty. This is their tradition or their habit. So, well, I also shaved my face, actually, not because it is mandatory for tourists. Of course, you can still keep your beard if you travel to Japan, but well, if I travel, I always like to try local dishes, local beer, local drinks, and try local habits, so I also shaved. This is the map of the Tokyo Metro. Well, it is very complicated. Even if you are a very experienced traveler, you might have difficulties to navigate from A to B. It's very complicated, very dense. So this is a big challenge, but also part of the fun. but the public transportation is very cheap in my opinion, so it is not expensive at all. Now I will go to Sugamo. We will search by station name and enter S and U, and it is like a 30 minutes ride to Sugamo, and it's like 320 yen. That's like 2 euro for this whole trip. It's not expensive at all in my opinion, but it's not easy to navigate. We are now in Odaiba, a large artificial island in Tokyo Bay. Odaiba was initially built for defensive purposes in the 1850s. The land was dramatically expanded during the late 20th century as a seaport district and was redeveloped in the 1990s into a major commercial, residential and leisure area. The name Odaiba refers to Daiba, which means batteries, forts, which formed small islands nearby. They were constructed in 1853 by Egawa Hidetatsu for the Tokugawa shogunate in order to protect Edo from attack by the sea. Odaiba, the Rainbow Bridge and other parts of the surrounding area are major setting of the Digimon Adventure franchise. The area is noted in many major areas of the plot. That's the Rainbow Bridge in front of us, and over there is the Statue of Liberty. The French Statue of Liberty from the Ile aux Cygnes. My French pronunciation is very bad. So this statue came to Odaiba from this town from France from April 1998 to May 1999 in a commemoration of the French year in Japan. This was the reason this statue was brought here, but because of its popularity, in 2000 a replica of the French Statue of Liberty was erected at the same place. This is the short story how this statue came here to Tokyo. The Rainbow Bridge is a suspension bridge crossing northern Tokyo Bay between Shibuya Pier and the Odaiba waterfront development in Minato. It is named Tokyo-ko Renrakukyo as the official name in Japanese. The name Rainbow Bridge was decided by the public. It was built by Kawasaki Heavy Industries, with construction starting in 1987 and completed in 1993. The bridge is 798 meters long with a main span of 580 meters. The width is 49 meters. The towers supporting the bridge are white in color, designed to harmonize with the skyline of central Tokyo seen from Odaiba. There are lamps placed on the wires supporting the bridge, which are illuminated into three different colors, red, white and green, every night using solar energy obtained during the day. The bridge has two separate walkways on the north and south sides of the lower deck. The north side offers views of the inner Tokyo harbor and the Tokyo Tower, while the south side offers views of Tokyo Bay and occasionally Mount Fuji. The walkways may only be used during certain hours, from 9 AM to 9 PM in the summer, and from 10 AM to 6 PM in the winter. Access to the walkways close 30 minutes before closing time. This is called Odaiba Seaside Park. It is on the edge of the Tokyo Bay and provides excellent views of the metropolis from this man-made beach. Of course, the whole island is man-made, so it's artificial. It's a nice place to relax. The park is also a hotspot for seaside sports such as paddle boarding and windsurfing. And the sand and the shore are great places to relax. Maybe after visiting some shops nearby. There are many shopping malls here. So this is the 800-meter long Odaiba beach. It is of course artificial and extremely urban. Since bathing and fishing are forbidden, water quality does not reach the levels required for bathing, according to the Japanese Ministry of Environment. The area is mostly dedicated to walking and relaxing. The Japanese might sometimes dip a toe in the water when the weather is fine. Various events are organized on the beach, in particular sports contests on the sand or in the water, for example volleyball games, marathons or sailing contests. In July, a Matsuri, a festival, is hosted on the beach. Lanterns are lit all over the place to create lovely reflections and a delightful atmosphere. Odaiba beach is the ideal place for watching the sunset or even enjoying the spectacle offered by the reflection of the nighttime lights of the shopping malls above. So it is also advisable to come here during night time when it is dark. Probably it is very beautiful.
The Ueno Park line is currently operating automatically. The doors will automatically close before departure. If you are using a baby carriage or require extra time to enter or exit the train, please notify us by the entry point. We will make an adjustment.
Yeah, this is also part of Japanese culture that they take garbage home. This is kind of annoying for me because I used to throw away the garbage in trash, not on the street, don't misunderstand me, but we have trash bags and trash holders everywhere on the street in Europe. That's kind of normal also in Romania and other European countries. So yes, last time I was walking like I don't know, 20 minutes until I found a trash bin. This is the word which I was searching for, trash bin. So yes, there are no public trash bins in Japan, or you can find them kind of rarely. So what happened, I was carrying this Coca-Cola plastic bottle with me like 20 minutes until I found some trash bin in Tokyo. Yeah, it is annoying for me, but well, this is how Japanese do it. They take garbage home and they collect the trash separately. They think that it is more safe to throw it away at home. This is the Shinjuku National Garden. It is a large public garden situated in Shinjuku and also some part in Shibuya. But now we start sightseeing of Shinjuku area. This is the first attraction, the first point we visit. The shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu bequeathed land in this area to Naito daimyo. Daimyo is a feudal lord. It's a title in Japanese medieval ages. The Naito family completed a garden here in 1772. In 1872, following the Meiji restoration, the house and its grounds were converted into an experimental agricultural center. So it became only later, in 1879, Shinjuku Imperial Botanical Garden. This is how it was called back that time. In 1901, head of the garden, Hayato Fukuba, asked the French landscape architect Henri Marinet of the École Nationale Supérieure de Horticulture from Versailles to remodel the botanical garden into a landscape garden, and the Shinjuku Imperial Garden with its present layout was opened in May of 1906 with the Emperor Meiji in attendance. Most of the garden was burnt and greatly damaged by air raids in 1945 in the later stages of the Second World War, except for the Taiwan pavilion. The garden was rebuilt and reopened to the public on the 21st May of 1949 as Shinjuku National Garden. The 1989 state funeral rites of Emperor Hirohito were held in the garden before he was taken for burial at the Musashi Imperial Graveyard. The garden, which is 58.3 hectares in area, with a circumference of 3.5 km, blends three distinct styles: a French formal and English landscape in the north and a Japanese traditional garden in the south. Traditional Japanese tea house is in the gardens. The garden is a favorite hanami spot, cherry blossom viewing spot, and large crowds can be present during cherry blossom season. The garden has more than 20,000 trees, including approximately 1,500 cherry trees. So this is the Japanese garden. It looks pretty nice. Unfortunately, we cannot go on that small island. I saw here the sign to keep out. And this is the Taiwan pavilion. It was a gift of Japanese people living in Taiwan, a gift for the park, and it was constructed in 1927. There is also a greenhouse in this park, built in the 1950s, and it has over 1,700 tropical and subtropical plant species on a permanent display. So let's go inside and check it out. The Hanazono Shrine, Hanazono Ginza, is a Shinto shrine located in Shinjuku. Hanazono Shrine was originally founded in the middle of the 17th century, about 250 meters south of its present-day location. In the Kanei-ji era, the shrine was relocated to the gardens of the Owara Tokugawa family in an area that had until then been a prolific flower garden to make space for the villa of shogun's vassal. Shinjuku Golden Gai is a district within Shinjuku. It is composed of a network of 6 narrow alleys connected by even narrower passageways, which are about wide enough for a single person to pass through. Over 200 tiny shanty-style bars, clubs and eateries are squeezed into this area. The alleys are private roads, not public roads. In this area, shooting photographs and video for all purposes on the street is prohibited without any permission, so I'm too brave now. So, well, bars in Golden Gai are known in particular for the artistic affinities of their patrons. Golden Gai is well known as a meeting place for musicians, artists, directors, writers, academics and actors, including many celebrities. Many of the bars only welcome regular customers who initially should be introduced by an existing patron, although many others welcome non-regulars, some even making effort to attract overseas tourists by displaying signs and price lists in English. Some bartenders are foreign, they made a business here. Golden Gai was known for prostitution before 1958, when prostitution became illegal in Japan. Since then, it has developed as a drinking area, and at least some of the bars can trace their origins back to the 1960s. Isetan is a Japanese department store based in Shinjuku. Isetan has branches Daro, Japan and Southeast Asia. The flagship store is in Shinjuku, of course. It was opened in 1933. This department store is one of the trendiest in Japan, and its flagship Shinjuku store houses the finest in clothing, accessories and homeware. It is also known for its impressive variety of foods. Depato desu. Shinjuku Central Park, or Shinjuku Chuo Park, is located directly in front of the Tokyo Metropolitan Government building, and it is surrounded by some of Tokyo's tallest buildings, including the Hyatt Regency Tokyo, the Park Hyatt, and other hotels and office buildings. The park is accessible for the many office workers in the area, and ideal place for them to spend their lunchtime. So if you come here during lunchtime, you will see many people eating in the park. Unfortunately, I also saw many homeless people on my way. They are sitting next to the Metropolitan Government. One feature of the park is the Shinjuku Niagara Falls, a simple fountain. The Tokyo Weekender, a newspaper, has described the water feature as generously named, and I agree. It is a very big difference. Oh, there's a turtle, and there are more. So cute. So yeah, this is the Niagara Falls of Tokyo. Oh, my bad. Actually, I was at the back of the waterfall, and well, this is the front of the Shinjuku Niagara waterfall. The front of the fountain. Well, let's not be so bad and call it nice. Actually, it's not ugly. It's kind of nice fountain. So even though the naming is exaggerated, I think it's a nice fountain. The Tokyo Metropolitan Government building, Tokyo To Chosha, also referred to as the Tocho for short, is the seat of the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, which governs the special wards, cities, towns and villages that constitute the Tokyo metropolis. Located in Shinjuku Ward, the building was designed by architect Kenzo Tange. It consists of a complex of three structures. The tallest of the three is the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Building number 1, a tower 48 stories tall that splits into two sections at the 33rd floor. The design of the building was meant to resemble an integrated circuit while also evoking the look of a Gothic cathedral. It is the tallest city hall in the world. The tower, the other two buildings in the complex are the 8-story Tokyo Metropolitan Assembly Building, including one underground floor, and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Building number 2, which has 37 stories, including 3 below ground. The building was designed by Kenzo Tange and finished in the December of 1990 at the expense of 157 billion yen, about $1 billion of public money. The two panoramic observation decks, one in each tower on floor 45, 202 meters high, are free of charge to the public and contain gift shops and cafes. People say about it that it is a fantastic experience to try it, and we just need to take the lift to the viewing gallery at the top. No ticket control and nothing, so it is also a very nice experience during night, because it is for free, so we can come here again and enjoy the view for free also during the night. already arrived to the 45th floor. We are 202 meters high. It's a pretty nice view. Many surrounding skyscrapers. And over there we can also see the Tokyo SkyTree. Wow.
Che il shopping que más me impresionó cuando fui a
I can't conceptualize.อันนี้และเสียงที่เป็นอันนี้และเสียงที่เป็นหรือว่ามันแค่ไม่มีหิมะเราก็เลยไม่รู้ว่ามันไม่ใช่จริงมันก็ต้องมีหิมะมันก็ต้องขึ้นมาแบบเงาๆประมาณนั้นแต่คือมันน่าจะสูงมันเกิดขึ้นได้
Aquel es el Fuji. Ahí derecho. Al pico que se ve hacia arriba. Derecho, derecho. Oye, joder, mami que no es. A ver.
Tengo un taekwondo, pero viendo desde arriba.
Si estuvieses ahí arriba y te tirases y te embarcases con el tiro.
This is the entrance of the Omoide Yokocho night market. Omoide Yokocho, a maze of narrow alleys close to the west exit of Shinjuku Station, stands in stark contrast to all bright and clean modern environs of the station. Tiny restaurants and open barbecue food stalls spill their smoke. Noise and greasy steam over alleys hardly wide enough to stretch out your arms. The buildings are old and mostly run down, the food stalls very traditional. At dinner time, when it gets more crowded here, tired Tokyo office workers relax with a beer and few sticks of yakitori chicken at the food stalls. Omoide Yokocho roughly translates as memory lane, or in other words, a place that you know from way back and feel something nostalgic about it. The area started out as a huge black market close to Shinjuku Station in the days right after World War II. In those days it was certainly dangerous to visit the area. Omoide Yokocho is a perfectly safe place to visit now. You can look for a food stall with the outermost seats available. You can sit down, order a drink and have a few small dishes or something which fills our stomach. Almost all the restaurants and food stalls have English menus. They are specialized for tourists. Service is generally very quick and the beer flows easily. But usually it is not polite to order only beer, so you also need to order some food. There is another alley, not just this. We arrived to the exit of this alley, but there is another one. Bars and clubs in the Shinjuku area, but if you want to try it, then please be careful. Here is my travel advice, and well, I was shocked because this advice was also spoken on the loudspeaker today in Japanese and English languages. So I read about this before I traveled here, that many bars attract tourists with an all-you-can-drink menu, and you need to pay only like 2,000 or 3,000 yen for it, 20-30 euro or something, and it looks very attractive because it sounds very attractive because you think, oh, I will drink 5, 6, 7 beer from this price, but in the end you will also be charged for ladies' drinks and for other people who sit around you, and there is like a small text about this when you enter the bar, so you cannot say anything in the end, because when you sat down then you already accepted this stuff. So usually then they overcharge you with more 1,000 yen for the drinks. Or there was also a case, well, it's a tragicomical case, but it's funny for us. There was like a small friend group, like 4 or 5 guys, and they went to this bar, and they started talking with some Japanese girls who came next to them, and well, they were thinking, oh, they are very friendly, and they never invited those girls for a drink, and the girls also didn't ask if the guys will pay or not. But in the end the bill came, and it was 2 million yen to be paid, because these girls consumed a lot of drinks also, and the ladies' drinks were more expensive. So yeah, there are many scammers in Shinjuku, and this information was also given on the loudspeaker today. I was really shocked. So usually there are at least 1,200 cases each year, so in Shinjuku area you should be careful about this. I forgot to mention that there is also a concrete expression for this bait and switch technique, when the tourists are attracted by low prices and then they charge hidden fees. It is called bottakuri. If you are into Korean culture, there is a perfect destination for you in central Tokyo, where you can find all you need. Tokyo's Korean town Shinokubo has everything related to South Korea. There are countless Korean shops and products in this neighborhood, including Korean beauty, K-pop, Korean food and grocery. It was once an affordable neighborhood. The area became popular with Korean students and laborers in the 80s, and has been slowly shaped to cater to Korean tastes. These days Shinokubo can feel more like a party central than a modest residential zone with many Korean entertainment options and Korean foods. Here is a K-pop shop. They're selling CD, DVD. I'm not the fan of that music, but Japanese people love it. I mean, many Japanese people. I asked what is it, but they were just looking at me, they didn't explain. Probably they cannot speak English. Should be some kind of girl bar again, or I don't know. K-pop live. This is the residence of the Emperor of Japan, and it is forbidden to go inside, of course. The Tokyo Imperial Palace, Kokyo, literally Imperial Residence, is the main residence of the Emperor of Japan. It is a large park-like area located in the Chiyoda district of the Chiyoda ward of Tokyo, and contains several buildings, including the Fukiage Palace, where the emperor has his living quarters, the main palace called Kyuden, where various ceremonies and receptions take place, some residences of the imperial family, and the archive, museums and administrative offices. The 1.15 square kilometer palace grounds and gardens are built on the site of the old Edo castle. Leaving the Kyoto Imperial Palace on the 26th November of 1886, the emperor arrived at the Edo castle, made it to his new residence and renamed it to Tokei Castle. He left for Kyoto again, and after coming back on the 9th May of 1869, it was renamed to Imperial Castle Kojo. On the night of the 5th May 1873, a fire consumed the Nishinomaru Palace, formerly the shogun's residence, and the new Imperial Palace Castle Kyujo was constructed on the site in 1888. The castle has many gardens. Each New Year, on the 2nd January, and on the emperor's birthday, 23rd February, the public is permitted to enter through the Nakamon, the inner gate, where they gather in the Kyuden Totei Plaza. The imperial family appears on the balcony before the crowd, and the emperor normally gives a short speech greeting and thanking the visitors and wishing them good health and blessings. Though much of the site is off limits to the public, there have been multiple instances of tourists attempting to trespass on the palace grounds by swimming in the moat. Absolutely crazy. In 2008, a British tourist, stripped naked, repeatedly dove into and swam across the moat in an attempt to avoid being arrested, and used the stones and plastic pole as weapons when faced by staff and the local police officers. A similar incident took place in 2013, in which two drunken tourists decided to try to sneak into the palace building after removing their clothing and entering the water. This is the Kokyo-Gaien National Garden. It's not so much to see here. Kokyo-Gaien literally means Imperial Palace Outer Garden, and the garden has an area of about 450,000 square meters. Well, you cannot do much here. It's no playground, not even some benches. You can just take a look on the beautiful trees. It's quite a sight, and the grass is also evenly cut. Looks also really nice. Could play good football on it or soccer, if you like to call it like so. There is surveillance by the Imperial Palace Police and the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, as it is adjacent to the Imperial Palace. So all this area is monitorized. There in the background you can see another building of the Imperial Palace. And here is a beautiful gate with a beautiful bridge. Well, it is hard to guess which building is the residence of the emperor. In which building is he living? Maybe it's also secret for the public. I'm still shocked about the stories with the tourists who tried to swim through the moat. Well, it doesn't look like dirty, especially now after it rained, but I think there might be some snakes, or I don't know. Only one part of the Imperial Palace can be visited, and this is the Imperial Palace East Gardens. So let's go inside. This old wood house was constructed in the 17th century, and it is one of the only 3 houses which remained from the old Edo castle. It was like a checkpoint. Low-ranking samurai were living and staying here in order to check the belonging of the visitors. It was their job to control who comes in and who goes out. So this was still part of the Edo castle. The Imperial Palace East Gardens is a historical garden in the Tokyo Imperial Palace, thus part of the inner palace area, and this is open to the public, as I said, but please be aware, Mondays and Fridays it's closed. The garden was built on the grounds of Edo Castle. All the garden areas were used as a defense. They are translated as inner circle of defense, Honmaru, second circle of defense, Ninomaru, and the third circle of defense, Sannomaru. None of the main buildings of the castle remain today, except some guard houses. But we can admire the moats, walls, entrance gates, and these guard houses. Some remains, such as the Fujimi Yagura keep and the Fujimi Tamon defense house, still exist. They are like guard houses, checkpoints. They were used to check the guests who are coming to Edo Castle. The main keep of Edo Castle was the biggest in Japan, although only the base remains. In place of the castle's former palace buildings, in the second circle of defense, Ninomaru, at the foot of the hill, a nice Japanese-style garden has been created. This keep is the Fujimi Yagura. It was used to shoot on the enemy already from a distance. Yeah, it's a nice park and very silent comparing to the hustle and bustle of the city. Fujimi means viewing Mount Fuji, and Fujimi Yagura means the tower to see Mount Fuji. Today, high-rising buildings block the view of Mount Fuji anyway. It is located 100 kilometers from Tokyo, so those days we could see Mount Fuji from this keep. Yeah, it's an interesting walk in this park, even if we cannot see much from the old Edo castle, but you can imagine the power of this huge castle of the shogun. Finally I found the Japanese garden, the Ninomaru garden. It is the secondary circle of defense, the Ninomaru, and here they created a beautiful Japanese garden. Tokyo boasts one of the highest life expectancies in the world, a testament to its health and wellness culture. The city's focus on balanced diets, regular exercise and advanced healthcare contributes to this impressive statistic. Residents often adhere to traditional Japanese diet rich in fish, vegetables and fermented foods, known for their health benefits. The average life expectancy is 87 years for women and 81 years for men. This is the tallest tower of the world, Tokyo SkyTree. It is a broadcasting and observation tower in the Sumida special ward of Tokyo. It became the tallest tower in Japan in 2010, and it reached its full height of 634 meters in the March of 2011, making it the tallest tower in the world, displacing Canton Tower, and the third tallest structure in the world after Merdeka 118, which is 678.9 meters high, and the Burj Khalifa, of course, 829.8 meters high. That is the tallest building of the world. I presented to you in a previous vlog. The tower is the primary television and radio broadcast site for the Kanto region. Older Tokyo Tower no longer gives complete digital terrestrial television broadcasting coverage because it is surrounded by high-rise buildings. The base of the tower has a structure similar to a tripod. The construction started in 2008. It was completed on the 29th February of 2012 and opened for the public on the 22nd May of 2012. The construction was, of course, very expensive. The cost was 65 billion Japanese yen. There are observatories at 350 meters with a capacity of up to 2,000 people, and a second observatory at 450 meters with a capacity of 900 people. Of course, we will go there. The upper observatory features a spiral glass covered skywalk. A section of glass flooring gives visitors a direct downward view of the streets below. The tower has seismic proofing, including a central shaft made of reinforced concrete. The main internal pillar is attached to the outer tower structure for the first 125 meters above ground. From there until 375 meters, the pillar is attached to the tower frame with oil dampers which act as cushions during an earthquake. Additional resilience is achieved through an added mass control mechanism or tuned mass damper. A damping system which in the event of an earthquake moves out of step with the building's structure to keep the center of gravity as central as possible to the tower's base. Absolutely incredible high technology. According to the designers, the dampers can also absorb 50% of the energy from an earthquake, so in case of earthquake it is also gaining energy from the earthquake. So actually an earthquake is a positive happening, a positive event. No, I'm joking, of course, but this is absolutely incredible. So let's go inside and take a look from the observatories. Now I reached the first viewing point, the Tembo level. We are now on 350 meters, but it's absolutely overcrowded. It's incredible crowd. Also, I stayed kind of long in the queue for the ticket control and security control, so it will be hard to get to the window to get some to make some recordings. So I I bought this combo ticket, which also allows to go upstairs to the next level, to the 450 meters, to the Tembo gallery. So maybe from there I can make some better recordings. So let's try it there first. There's also an explanation about the tower. The Tembo Galleria is at 450 meters and contains the levels 445 to 450. So they actually had the same levels as the height somehow. So now we are still, because I'm still waiting to get up to the Tembo Galleria. Unfortunately, it takes like 20 minutes to go to the next stage, to the next level. So what I wanted to say that this Tembo level, the simple Tembo level, is at 350 meters and that is the 350th level. So the height and the level are same. Yeah, so it will take time until I can go up. They said waiting time is like 20 minutes, which is very annoying, but well, what to do? It's a high tourist season in summer. So now we arrived to the Tembo Galleria, but this is also kind of crowded, so it is a little difficult to make photos. And I find it very interesting that here at the Tokyo SkyTree there are many Pokemon related advertising. There are many Pikachus. Pikachu is everywhere, also in the elevator. So maybe there's like a advertising contract between the SkyTree and Pokemon. Because I also saw some bus companies which were advertising Naruto. Well, when I was a kid I watched Pokemon, but I don't know what is Naruto. I just know that it's a Japanese anime. I don't know more about it. So let's try to make some recordings about the nice view. Even though there are like 6 billion people right now here. River. That red tower over there is the Tokyo Tower. What is this screaming strange noise in the background? Well, it is a very important and very significant part of Japanese culture to love anime, to watch anime. It's very interesting how the shadow of the tower is on many houses. Oh, I'm going back already, and this is the Tembo deck. And on a Tembo deck we can find a glass floor. You can see how overcrowded is it. Cannot really take a proper video or photo. I can remember when I visited the KL Tower in Kuala Lumpur. I never saw there such a big crowd. It was easy to take a photo, but here is absolutely crazy. Next to the Tokyo SkyTree, we can also find an adjacent shopping mall called the Tokyo Solomachi. It has Japanese sweets, toys, moreover toys regarding to manga and anime, but also some food stalls, high quality souvenirs and clothes. So let's go inside and also take a look of this Tokyo Solomachi. The Sumida Aquarium is located on the 5th and the 6th floors of the Tokyo SkyTree. It is opened in 2012, same time as the Tokyo SkyTree itself. According to the aquarium's website, they use artificial seawater in all of their tanks, making it easier to sustain the aquarium year-round and removing the costly requirement to transport natural seawater inland. The Ogasawara sea tank is a tank 6 meters deep, designed to represent the ocean around the Ogasawara Islands, were the natural heritage site. The aquarium worked with the village of Ogasawara to create the exhibit, and more than 50 different species of fish, including sand tiger sharks, were transported from the islands. Yeah, from this angle the sea tank is more enjoyable. Absolutely beautiful. Another highlight of Sumida Aquarium is the penguin pool. which is an atrium of 24 meters. It is also 14 meters deep. You can find here many cute penguins. Look at him. So lovely, so cute. This is the largest indoor penguin pool in Japan. It is home to around 50 Magellanic penguins. Sea lions. They are swimming so fast. It's hard to record them. If you like beer, then probably you heard about the Japanese beer Asahi. This is the Asahi Beer Hall. It is one of the buildings of the Asahi Brewery's headquarters, located on the east bank of the Sumida River. It is very near to the Tokyo SkyTree. It was designed by French designer Philippe Starck and was completed in 1989. It is considered one of Tokyo's most recognizable modern structures. The shape of the 22-story building is that of beer glass. It is noted for the Asahi flame, that golden color stuff, an enormous golden structure at the top, said to represent both the burning heart of Asahi beer and a frothy head. The 360-ton golden flame was made by shipbuilders using submarine construction techniques, and it is empty. The Asahi flame is sometimes colloquially referred to as the golden turd. It looks really strange in Japanese, Hin no Unko, and the Asahi Beer Hall itself as Poo building, Unko Biru, so not everybody likes these buildings. Both Asahi Beer Hall and Asahi Beer Tower contain dining and drinking facilities. There is also a smaller annex on the other side of the Asahi Beer Hall where you can enjoy some original craft beers. The restaurants on the top of the Asahi Beer Tower also offer spectacular views of the city. Ginza is a district of Chuo City, a special ward of Tokyo. It is a popular upscale shopping area of Tokyo with numerous internationally renowned department stores, boutiques, restaurants and coffee houses. It is considered to be one of the most expensive, elegant and luxurious city districts of the world. This is why it is very famous. Each Saturday and Sunday from 12 p.m. until 5 p.m. the main street through Ginza is closed off to road traffic, allowing people to walk freely. This is called Hokosha Tengoku, or Hokoten for short, literally meaning pedestrian heaven. There are some people who do street performances such as magic and playing instruments, but not always, and now it is 2 p.m. so maybe it's too early for them. That's why we just see some walking people. Ginza was built upon a former swamp that was filled in during the 16th century. The name Ginza comes after the establishment of a silver coin mint established there in 1612 during the Edo period. If we are in Ginza area on Sunday, it is a great time to take advantage of this pedestrian walk. It becomes available until 6 p.m. Walking down the main street is a great way to visit many restaurants and shops in the area, and it helps break up the crowd. The Ginza area has something for everyone, from the bright neon lights and high-end stores to the local back alley restaurants and shops. Definitely worth a visit for a few hours. Well, in the evening you can enjoy more the lights, but now just take a look around, and if you know many shopping facilities, then you can also enjoy those if you like shopping. It's not really for me, so I just wanted to include Ginza in the vlog. One of the most famous shopping malls of Ginza is the Ginza 6 building, an absolutely huge shopping complex. Look at this huge building. It was opened in 2017 and provides the ultimate high-end shopping experience with more than 200 shops, a rooftop garden, which is like a restaurant, kind of expensive, a premium lounge, personal stylist and a concierge service. A very fancy building. In Japanese language, the words of the sentences are ordered differently compared to English. In English, the structure is subject, verb, object, but in Japanese it is subject, object, verb. For example, in English I write words, and in Japanese it is I words write, so this is a difference. This is also what I wanted to add as an interesting fact, as a difference between the two languages. The Henna Hotel in Ginza is the world's first and only hotel run completely by a robot, ideal for antisocial travelers who prefer to avoid the human contact at the end of the long day of sightseeing. Multilingual robots staff the hotel. They can turn their heads, blink and carry luggage. Hen means to change, which represents the hotel's commitment for evolution in striving for the extraordinary sensation and comfort that lies beyond the ordinary. There is also a keyless locking and entry through facial recognition and free Wi-Fi. Absolutely amazing technology. So let's take a look if we can. I'm very excited. Oh, so here are the robots. Robot receptionists. Now you can talk to them because check-in starts at 3 p.m. Now it is 1 p.m. I think here you need to scan your passport for the reservation. POS to pay. They're really moving their heads sometimes. Both look the same. Here is automated luggage storage, but this one can be sold very easily also at other places. For example, I left my luggage at Shinjuku Station. For the big luggage it was only 700 yen for more days actually. So don't touch the robots. There is also a scramble crossing in Ginza. Same concept. It's not so popular. And actually it's not completely the same as I see. Because the cars can still move in the middle. So same but different. I read on the internet that it's completely the same but smaller and not so famous, so it was a wrong information. I just saw now when I started recording that in the middle you cannot cross. This will be strange, me taking a video of a toilet, but this is not just one toilet. It's a special Japanese toilet. You can find these kind of fancy toilets all over in Japan. So maybe you ever sat in a toilet and wished the seat was warmer and then realized there is no more toilet paper left. Well, actually I still got some, and there's a strange text on it. Please use the toilet paper till the last. So I don't understand if they want me to use all of them for one occasion, or what's the matter. Maybe it's just a Google Translate. But what I wanted to say that well, in Japan there are high-tech toilets, and high-tech toilets have several functions you have probably never heard of, and sometimes even seat cushions to actually make going to the bathroom an interesting experience in its own right. So here, for example, you can change the warmth of the seat. I already put it to be warm, so here you can change the seat temperature, and well, when I touch the toilet it flushes automatically, of course. So here I can change to low or to high, and here I can adjust the spray strength, like the water pressure for these options. It's like a shower for your butt, and well, if you push it, then well, no, nothing will happen because nobody sits on the toilet. But if you are sitting on the toilet and you push on the shower, then it sprinkles your ass until you click on the stop button. And there is also a bidet function. So yeah, Japanese toilets are kinda interesting. This is a machine of a typical ramen restaurant in Tokyo. Absolutely crazy or amazing for me. I don't find any proper words for it. So here you can see what kind of ramen soups they sell. Also some English description, and here is the price in yen. And after you choose, you should push the button, because actually these are buttons in this machine. And after, on the screen you will see the price what you need to pay. Of course you can choose more options. You can have multiple choices, and after you need to pay. This is I think the place where you can pay by card, but here you can also insert cash. This is the option I chose, so you can insert the banknotes, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 or 10,000 yen banknotes, and after you get your change here, and you get a ticket, and you need to show the ticket to the counter, to the kitchen. So then after they prepare your ramen. So this is how authentic Japanese ramen restaurant looks like. They don't have any contact with the cash. They just collect your ticket and cook the food what you want. Absolutely incredible. Yesterday I experienced an earthquake. It was not strong. I was sitting on my bed and talking with somebody on my phone, and well, the bed started shaking a little bit, and then I checked the website of the earthquakes, and there I saw that the epicenter was near Yokohama, so not far from here, but the magnitude was only 4.1, so not strong. Tokyo's vending machine culture is a phenomenon that perfectly encapsulates the city's blend of convenience and innovation. These machines, located on nearly every street corner and also at hidden places like this in this park, provide quick and easy access to a wide array of products at any time of the day. Some machines dispensing hot meals, books and even clothing, but there are more eccentric machines selling canned bread, mystery boxes and self-heating sake. I was looking for strange machines, but I couldn't find any. In 2 weeks, I stayed more than 2 weeks in Tokyo, but I didn't find any strange machine. This one is also just selling coffee and some soft drinks, water and Coca-Cola, Sprite. It's very easy to use it. This is a vending machine selling Pokemon cards and some toys. So finally I found something more interesting. TCG vending machine shop. I used to collect Pokemon cards when I was 12 or 13, I don't know. The kimono is a traditional Japanese garment worn by both men and women. It consists of a long robe-like dress that is wrapped around the body, with the left side always covering the right. The obi is the belt that keeps the kimono secure. You cannot see the obi right now on this one. An authentic single kimono can cost over $10,000. This one is like a remake, so it's not original. It's like 200 euro, $200. It's much cheaper. And this is a yukata for women, also a very famous garment. I recommend Asakusa to buy souvenirs, but if it's too far from you, then you can also find some Don Quixote shops. These Don Quixote shops appear at many places, so you can find here kitchenware and many things, also souvenirs in some places. Local people believe that this is a cheaper supermarket, the Mega Don Quixote, but well, I was comparing it, for example, with a day-to-day in Dubai, but it's not cheap in my opinion. But you can find many things in not so expensive prices. So I wanted to add this as a travel advice. And I don't know who established this supermarket chain. Maybe a Spanish guy. That's why it is called Don Quixote. You can find these Don Quixote shops at many places. Also in Shibuya. I am in Shibuya right now. To address mental health concerns, Tokyo has installed blue anti-suicide lights at some of its metro stations and tunnels. These lights are designed to have a calming effect and help prevent suicide attempts, demonstrating the city's proactive approach to mental health issues. This is how a taxi looks like in Tokyo. In many stations, arrows show which lane you should use for which direction. That's also part of organized Japanese culture. Such a big fucking car. This is how car cleaning looks like in Tokyo. The service room with cleaning. Just in the middle of the Chiyoda ward. I randomly found one, a girls' wine bar. So it looks like this. You can talk with these cute Japanese girls, but don't think that in case of some tips, some overpayment, you can get some more, because it's not. It will not happen. These are hostesses. They will not engage in any intimate contact with you, not even for a date. They are professionals. They are hired and working here. So this is like a girls' bar. Ameyoko is a busy market street along the Yamanote line tracks between Okachi, Machi and Ueno stations. The name Ameyoko is a short form for Ameya Yokocho, a candy store alley, as candies were traditionally sold here, but today products such as clothes, bags, cosmetics, fresh fish, dried food and spices are sold along Ameyoko. Opening hours and closing days depend on individual stores, but they typically open around 10 AM and close around 8 PM. Many stores close on selected Wednesdays. You can find here literally everything. Quite a few people know about this place. This is the Hotel New Otani Japanese Garden. We are now in the Japanese garden of a 5-star hotel, completely free. So this is the huge hotel. Actually it has more buildings. The Hotel New Otani Tokyo is a large hotel opened in 1964. The hotel currently has 1,479 rooms and 39 restaurants. Construction of the hotel was requested by the Japanese government in the early 1960s in order to fill a perceived shortage of hotel space for foreign visitors for the upcoming 1964 Summer Olympics. The history of the Japanese garden at Hotel New Otani Tokyo dates back over 400 years, when Samurai Lord Kato Kiyomasa owned one of his residences on this site. Later, in the Meiji period, the land became the property of the Fushimi-nomiya family, then a branch of the Imperial House. After the Second World War, the property was sold to Yonetaro Otani, the founder of Hotel New Otani, who established his private residence there and renovated the garden into what is it today. Wow, so beautiful fishes. The park features several ancient stone lanterns, scarlet bridges over koi ponds. This is a koi fish, koi pond. Also stone garden, waterfall, as well as a myriad of flowers and rich foliage that bloom or change colors from season to season. The nighttime lighting in the Japanese garden has been renewed on the occasion of the hotel's 50th anniversary. The design of the new illumination is coordinated by world-renowned lighting designer Motoko Ishii. Look at this pretty Japanese restaurant. It looks so peaceful and so amazing here next to this small river. Well, let's not forget that we are in the garden of a 5-star hotel, so probably the price of the food is also compared to the 5-star, so probably very expensive, but it's so beautiful here. Here are the prices, just if you want to know. Dinner costs 23,500 yen. Absolutely crazy. But here are also some more expensive stuff, like the famous Kobe fillet, 45,000 yen for 100 gram, or 200 grams 90,000 yen. Or some caviar frappe, 27,500. So yeah, very expensive. Here's the statue of the founder of the hotel. He's Mr. Otani. Absolutely beautiful Japanese garden. One of the highlights of the garden is its traditional stone garden called Kare Sansui. The rare colored red stones in the stone garden were brought from Sado Island off the coast of Niigata Prefecture. The largest stone weighs 22 tons and it is said to be the largest of its kind in Japan. Tsukiji Market is a major tourist attraction for both domestic and overseas visitors in Tokyo. The area contains retail markets, restaurants and associated restaurant supply stores. Before 2018, it was the largest wholesale fish and seafood market in the world. The market opened on the 11th February of 1935 as replacement for an older market that was destroyed in the Great Kanto earthquake in 1923. It was closed on the 6th October 2018 with wholesale operations moving to the new Toyosu market. So now the inner wholesale market is only open to trade and did not allow access to visitors, but the outer market stall with street food still remained. They are selling yakitori here. It's very famous food.
すごく美味しいの。お姉さんこれ1個食べてみて。すごく美味しい。こういう味はないの。はい、いらっしゃいませ。私たちが食べて美味しいぐらいです。400
Here you can find the fresh and processed seafood and produce alongside the food-related goods such as knives. Oh my god. This is a huge place. Huge market. Train spotters dig Yurakucho station not only for its multitude of trains, but because of Kotsukaikan building next door, which features an elevated outdoor terrace on the third floor, which makes an excellent viewing point for Shinkansen. So from here we can spot many trains and also Shinkansen, and this is the nice outdoor garden. And it's completely free. The Nezu Shrine, Nezu Ginza, is a Shinto shrine located in Bunkyo ward, special ward of Tokyo. Absolutely beautiful. Established in 1705, it is one of the oldest places of worship in the city, and several of the buildings on the shrine grounds have been designated as important cultural property. It was built in the Ishinoma-zukuri style of Shinto architecture. Absolutely impressive gate with the typical guards. Well, not really typical, these are not demons, of course, because this is a Shinto shrine, so demons are guarding the Buddhist temple. My mistake. These look like a samurai. We shouldn't forget that we need to take either the left or the right side of the gate, not walk through the center because that's reserved for the gods. According to the legend, the Nezu shrine was founded in Sendagi, just north of the current location, in the 1st century by Yamato Takeru, also known as Prince Osu, the son of Emperor Keiko. The chief deity of this shrine was Susanoo no Mikoto, the kami of the sea and the storms. This is the place where we should purify our hands and mouths before praying. One more gate to enter the main building. Very beautiful. In 1705, the shrine was relocated to Nezu by Tokugawa Tsunayoshi, the 5th shogun of the Tokugawa dynasty. He lived between 1646-1709. Nothing is left from the structures prior to the relocation, but it is still one of the oldest shrines in the city. One of the most famous features of the shrine is the path of the Vermilion Tori. You also go there. More information about the gate. It is called the Romon, a tower gate which has 2 stories. It is a gate of a type without accessible upper floor, so they construct an upper floor which is not accessible. We cannot go there unless we climb on the walls. This was originally an element of Buddhist architecture. This type of mon is also commonly found in Shinto shrines. A plaque on the top of the gate reads Nezu Ginza. So there, that Japanese text means Nezu shrine. And I checked what is the name of these guards. They are called Zuishin. They are statues of kami warrior guardians depicted holding bows and arrows. One of the most famous features of the shrine is the path of the Vermilion Tori through the hillside left of the main hall. Absolutely amazing. In the middle of the pass there is also a viewing platform over a pond of koi overlooking the main shrine precincts. Koi, or more specifically nishiki-goi, literally brocaded carp, are colored varieties of carp that are kept for decorative purposes in outdoor koi ponds or water gardens. Could you imagine such a silent part of Tokyo? We are now in the Yanaka neighborhood, which has an old rustic feeling. Here we can experience the shitamachi culture, traditional culture of Tokyo's shitamachi. Shitamachi, literally low city, is the unofficial name for the Tokyo flatlands, the area of Tokyo going from Taito to Chiyoda and Chuo. Shitamachi is a traditional name for the area of Tokyo, including today the Adachi, Arakawa, some parts of Chiyoda, Chuo, Edogawa, Katsushika, Koto, Sumida and Taito wards. The physically low part of the city along the east of the Sumida River. This area produced the most of what was original in Edo's culture and was the entertainment and shopping center of the capital. So let's discover this Yanaka neighborhood. This is the famous shopping street in Yanaka, Ginza. So Yanaka is one of Tokyo's districts where the shitamachi atmosphere, an old town ambience reminiscent of Tokyo from past decades, still survives. Around the district there is an air of nostalgia and rustic charm. It is within walking distance of Ueno Park and offers a sightseeing opportunity different from the metropolitan city feel of other parts of Tokyo. A short walk from either Nippori station or Sendagi subway station will take you to Yanaka Ginza, a shopping street which best represents the shitamachi flavor of Yanaka district. Here there are shops selling goods and produce ranging from groceries and necessities to clothes and toys. It is interesting to see trades of all kinds lining the street, starkly contrasting each other. There is a butcher beside the barber, the confectionery beside the watch dealer, Prices are relatively cheap as well. Little snacks and finger food sold from below 50 yen can be found in some stalls, but these are really small, so don't expect to get full from these. Also, if you like to visit cemeteries, I don't, but I want to tell about this opportunity. That is another attraction of Yanaka, the Yanaka cemetery, where the locals lay to rest in loving memory those who have passed away. Many of the tombs are elaborately decorated and nicely landscaped, so this is why some tourists visit these, but it's not for me. The grave of Tokugawa Yoshinobu, the last shogun of the Edo period, is also situated within the cemetery. Not really 50 yen, as I read on the internet. The Nippon Budokan, often shortened to simply Budokan, is an indoor arena in Chiyoda City, a special ward of Tokyo. It was originally built for the inaugural Olympic judo competition in the 1964 Summer Olympics. While its primary purpose is to host martial arts contests, the arena has gained additional fame as one of the world's most outstanding musical performance venues. The Budokan was a popular venue for Japanese professional wrestling for a time, and it has hosted numerous other sporting events, such as the 1967 Women's Volleyball World Championship. Most recently, the arena hosted the Olympic debut of karate in the 2020 Summer Olympics, as well as the judo competition, as both the 2020 Summer Olympics and the 2020 Summer Paralympics. The Beatles were the first rock group to play there in a series of concerts held between 30th June and 2nd July 1966. ABBA ended their last tour and held their final live performance here in the March of 1980. The arena has a capacity of 14,471. Now let's go inside and watch a martial arts presentation. metro station, a subway station, more exactly Shiodome station, and we can find here plants and flowers. Absolutely amazing. And it's so clean, like everywhere in Japan. I never saw such a Buddhist temple in my life. I traveled so much and I saw dozens of Buddhist temples, but this one looks like a train station in Europe, but it's not. It is called Tsukiji Honganji Temple. Tsukiji Honganji is a Buddhist temple belonging to the Jodo Shinshu Honganji Ha denomination, also known as Shin Buddhism, which was founded by the monk Shinran, and whose head temple is Hongwanji, Nishi Hongwanji in Kyoto. The temple was first built near Asakusa, but was burnt down in a fire in 1657 and rebuilt at its current location in 1679. At that time, the area where the temple stands now was the sea. Temple followers and others implemented a land reclamation project and rebuilt the temple on the new land. In 1923, the temple was again destroyed by fire caused by the Great Kanto earthquake, and in 1934 the current Hondo main worship hall was rebuilt according to a design by renowned architect Ito Chuta. In 2014, the temple's main worship hall, gate posts and stone walls were designated as national important cultural properties. Tsukiji means reclaimed land and signifies the origins of the site on which the temple stands. Let's go inside and take a look. I rather talk outside about temples, because inside it might be disturbing. People are praying and so on. So this temple is located just 2 minutes walk from the Tsukiji outer market. So if we visit the market, we can also check this Buddhist temple. Unfortunately, taking photos and videos is not allowed inside, and there are also some guards watching you, so we will miss these recordings from this vlog. Imperial Park is located in Chiyoda city. It covers an area of 161,000 square meters. It is located next to Shibuya station, so you can come here by a subway, for example. Shibuya Park, with its carefully maintained trees, grass lawns and flower beds, is an oasis of calm in the heart of the city. It's nice to come here and chill, relax. It's very silent. It's within easy walking distance of the Imperial Palace and Ginza, and can be combined with numerous other nearby attractions. It was feudal grounds during the Edo period, and then a military parade square in much of the Meiji era, before it was converted into Japan's first Western-inspired modern park in 1903. Today, here we can find thousands of tall trees, but there is also a very old one, which I didn't find yet. 500 years old Ginkgo tree, known as the Kubikake ginkgo. It is estimated to be 500 years old. It's a really pretty park. Nice to come here and relax. Shibuya was back that time a village, and it was surrounded by walls in order to protect the settlement. And these are the remains of those walls from the 17th century. Shibuya Park is beautiful indeed. So this is the 500 years old tree, the large ginkgo tree, which stood at the Shibuya approach near the present Shibuya crossing before Shibuya Park was opened. And Dr. Seiroku Honda, the designer of the Shibuya Park, was surprised to learn that this tree was to be felled due to road expansion. So he approached Toru Hoshi, chairman of Tokyo Municipal Council, and it was agreed that the ginkgo tree should be transplanted. The name derives from the successful move, which was thought to have been impossible. Dr. Honda said, "I will have it transplanted even if my head is put on a stake." So this is why it is called in Japanese Ubi Kake, which means head staking ginkgo. There is a Godzilla statue in Shibuya, next to the Shibuya station. This is the Kanda River, which flows through Tokyo. Hama-rikyu Gardens is a park in Chuo Ward. A villa belonging to the ruling Tokugawa family was located on this reclaimed land. Succeeding generations of shogun used the location as a secondary residence and also place to practice falconry. After the Meiji restoration, the site was proclaimed the Hama Palace, Hama-rikyu, by Emperor Meiji, and continued to be used as a state guest house. In 1879, Emperor Meiji received the Crown Prince Frederick William of Germany at the Hama-rikyu. Later that year, former United States President Ulysses Grant stayed for months at the Hama-rikyu during his extended visit to Japan. The state guest house was demolished in 1889, so now we only have the gardens but also these were burned during the 1923 Great Kanto earthquake, and again in March of 1949 during the Tokyo air raid. In November 1945, the Hamarikyu was transferred from the Imperial Household Agency to Tokyo Metropolis and was opened as a public garden in April 1946. In 1952 it was designated as a special national historic site and also as a special national place of scenic beauty. The name of this moat northwest of the Imperial Palace, Chidori-ga-fuchi, is said to come from its unusual shape. The structure of the moat resembles flowers. That's a bird called chidori in Japanese. Chidori-ga-fuchi's pass is the most scenic spot around the moat, with a 700-meter long tunnel of cherry trees in spring. The pathway is a 5-minute walk from Kudanshita Station or Hanzomon Station. I wanted to include this in the vlog in case you visit Japan during the cherry blossom season, because this is a very famous spot to enjoy sakura. From around the end of March to early April, the walkways around the moat are tinted pink by hundreds of cherry trees. The Chiyoda Sakura Festival is held at the same time. So for the duration of the cherry blossom season, the trees are lit up at night. This magical site draws locals and also tourists to this small park.
The next station is Shibuya U Park.
Eureka Mome line. Monorail.
芝浦ふ頭です。右側のドアが開きます。ご注意ください。
Yoyogi Hachimangu Shrine was founded in 1212 during the Kamakura period, and it is dedicated to the war god Hachiman. Torii gates and the temples built with stones tinted by green and grey give the historic site a peaceful atmosphere. Over there is the torii. The surroundings are dense with trees, making it hard to believe that it is in the middle of a city. It's really peaceful. You will find the Yoyogi Hachimangu Shrine most crowded during the Goldfish Festival, held on the 4th Sunday in May. This Shinto shrine has a bell, which has a strange sound. So this Goldfish Festival is held on the 4th Sunday in May, and the Reitaisai Festival between 22nd and 23rd September. can pray here to the gods to see your dreams come true. Wow. The Toyosu market is usually open until 5 p.m. I arrived at 4 p.m. and all restaurants are closed already. So the Toyosu market is a wholesale market located in the Toyosu area of the Koto special ward. There are two markets for seafood, one for general wholesale and one for bidding, and one market for fruits and vegetables, with each in its own building. Tourists can observe the auction market on the second floor viewing deck. This is done in the early morning, so there are a lot of people selling big portions of fish, and the buyers usually bid for those. Usually these are restaurants who are buying a lot of fish. So we can find here many restaurants with fresh seafood and produce from the market and the shops. The market is built on reclaimed land in Tokyo Bay and replaces the historic Tsukiji fish market, which I already presented before. The Tsukiji fish market, which is now a major tourist attraction. When it opened on the 11th October 2018, it's become the largest wholesale fish market in the world. It's an absolutely huge building. I was walking like 10 minutes there on the sideway to reach the entrance. At 408,000 square meter, Toyosu market is almost twice the size of the old Tsukiji fish market. There are about 40 food stalls in the wholesale fish buildings, most of which are located above the market and accessible to visitors. Unlike the previous Tsukiji fish market, the public cannot attend the auction at floor level among buyers. A large observation deck with big windows looks down into the huge hall where the fresh produce is auctioned off in the mornings. The auctions start from around 6:30 a.m. so you need to wake up very early to watch it. The rooftop, accessible by elevator, includes a terrace with landscaping and panoramic views of parts of Tokyo's skyline. Eating or drinking are not allowed on the roof. Ueno Park is located adjacent to the Shinjuku Station. The park is a popular Tokyo destination, especially on Sundays, when it is used as a gathering place for Japanese rock music fans, jugglers, comedians, martial art clubs, cosplayers and other subculture and hobby groups. I see none of them. It's probably because raining and it's not the best idea to picnic now. In spring, thousands of people visit the park to enjoy the cherry blossom during Hanami. The landscaped park has picnic areas, bike paths, cycle rentals, public sport courts. Finally I found somebody doing picnic at least. Also some dog run places. Yoyogi Park is the 5th largest metropolitan park in the 23 wards of Tokyo, and it is divided across the road into 2 areas. Area A is a forest park and Area B has a athletic field outdoor stage. Yoyogi Park stands on the site from where the first successful powered aircraft flight in Japan took place by Captain Yoshitoshi Tokugawa on the 19th December of 1910. The area later became an army parade ground. From September 1945, the site became US officers' housing area known as Washington Heights during the Allied occupation in Japan. The area was used for the 1964 Summer Olympics, housing the main Olympic village and the Yoyogi National Gymnasium. The distinctive building, which was designed by Kenzo Tange, hosted swimming and diving with an annex for basketball. In 1967, most of the area north of the gymnasium complex and south of Meiji Shrine was absorbed by Yoyogi Park. And there is also a rose garden in the Yoyogi Park. They planted 40 different kind of roses here, this rose garden of the park. This is the distinctive building designed by Kenzo Tange. It looks special indeed. An Olympic arena. Shinkansen.
ドアから離れてお待ちください。
I will present you one of the landmarks of the city, the Tokyo Tower, a broadcasting tower constructed in 1958. That time it surpassed the Eiffel Tower, which was also the pattern for the construction, for the design of this tower. So it became the tallest tower of the world, and it was the tallest tower of Japan until 2012, when designers and locals recognized that Tokyo Tower is no longer suitable for broadcasting radio and TV channels, because it is surrounded by many high skyscrapers. So they constructed the Tokyo SkyTree, which I will also present you in the next vlogs. So Tokyo SkyTree is now the main broadcasting tower of the Kanto region, and well, it is also a very interesting fact that 1/3 of the Tokyo Tower is taken from US tanks damaged in the Korean War. So these metal scraps were used in order to construct this steel tower. Let's take a closer look. The Tokyo Tower, officially called Nippon Denpato, Japan Radio Tower, is a communications and observation tower in the Shibakoen district of Minato. The structure is an Eiffel Tower inspired leftist tower that is painted white and international orange to comply with air safety regulations. The tower's main sources of income are tourism and antenna leasing. Over 150 million people have visited the tower. Food Town, a 4-story building directly under the tower, houses museums, restaurants, shops. Departing from there, guests can visit 2 observation decks. The 2-story main deck is at 150 meters, while the smaller top deck reaches a height of 249.6 meters. The tower is repainted every 5 years, taking a year to complete the process. In 1961, transmission antennae were added to the tower. They are used for radio and television broadcasting, and now broadcast signals for Japanese media outlets such as NHK, TBS television and Fuji television. So the Tokyo Tower still functioning as a broadcast tower. Because of the country's post-war boom in the 1950s, Japan was searching for a monument to symbolize its national recovery from World War II, as one of the countries most ravaged by the war. So this is how they decided to construct the Tokyo Tower. Hisakichi Maeda, founder and president of Nippon Denpato, the tower's owner and operator, originally planned for the tower to be taller than the Empire State Building, which at 381 meters was the highest structure in the world at the time. However, the plan fell through because of the lack of both funds and materials. The tower's height was eventually determined by the distance the TV stations needed to transmit through the Kanto region, a distance of about 150 kilometers. Tachu Naito, renowned designer of tall buildings in Japan, was chosen to design the newly proposed tower. Looking to the Western world for inspiration, Naito based his design on the Eiffel Tower in Paris. The Takenaka Corporation broke ground in June 1957, and each day at least 400 laborers worked on the tower. It was constructed of steel, a third of which was scrap metal taken from US tanks damaged in the Korean War. When the 90-meter long antenna was bolted into place on the 14th October 1958, Tokyo Tower was the tallest freestanding tower in the world, taking the title from the Eiffel Tower by 9 meters. The final construction cost was 2.8 billion yen, approximately 8.4 million US dollars. Despite being taller than the Eiffel Tower, Tokyo Tower only weighs about 4,000 tons, 3,300 tons less than the Eiffel Tower. You can find some information here on this panel. There are many floors of this food town where we can find different kind of stores, also souvenir shops and all kind of stuff. There's also a convenience store and many restaurants. You can find here Western food, Arabic food, and also Japanese food, of course. And here we can find the prices for the tickets. Now I will take only this one, the main deck, because the second one would take too long time. We need to participate in a tour in order to check the top deck, the next level, the second level, and the price is also more than 2 times expensive. But it's not about the money this time, it's about that I will visit SkyTree anyway, which is higher, and also other observation decks. So I don't want to lose time with this one because it takes too long. They will tell about the history of Tokyo Tower, which I just did, so they will not surprise me with any new information.
メインデッキに到着です。トップデッキツアーにご参加のお客様は右手側トップデッキへとお進みくださいませ。This is the main deck second floor. On the top deck, please proceed to the right.
So I'm arrived to the main deck, 150 meters high observation deck, and over there you can see the Tokyo SkyTree, which actually replaced this Tokyo Tower. The view is pretty nice. And they are very good in business. They have shops on each floor. A lot of souvenirs are sold here. That's over there, the Tokyo Bay. I think that's Odaiba already. There is the Rainbow Bridge. It started raining. That's a Zozo-ji there, a Shinto temple, Shinto shrine. It's very near to the Tokyo Tower, so we will also go there if we are here already. Why not? And well, we can see from this angle that it is actually a temple complex. It consists of many buildings. I hope the rain will not stop us to visit this.
How we go down? Go down? Where? Okay.
Built like Japanese traditional building.
いたのが優秀で、そう加速できる。そんなそうなのない。そんなもん。
ちょダメ。
The main deck has 2 stories, and I just walked down to the second story, to the lower one, lower level. And here we can find the glass log. It's a very good view of the legs of the tower. And the ceiling is decorated nicely with these blue LEDs. One more. Same, but different. Very near to the Tokyo Tower, we can visit the Zozo-ji temple. Absolutely huge temple. And actually it is a temple complex, because we can also find many other buildings connected to this Zozo-ji, which is the main temple of the Jodo-shu Pure Land Ginza sect of Buddhism in the Kanto region. So it is a Buddhist temple. I hope that I didn't say before that is a Shinto one, because most temples in Tokyo are Shinto temples, but this one is a Buddhist. Zozo-ji is notable for its relationship with the Tokugawa shogun clan, the rulers of Japan during the Edo period, with 6 of the Tokugawa shoguns being buried in the Taitoku-in mausoleum in the temple grounds. The temples were founded in 1393. Together with Kanei-ji during the Edo period, Zozo-ji was the Tokugawa's family temple. Also the temple's Sange-datsumon, the main gate, which is in front of us, is the oldest wooden building in Tokyo, dating from 1622. The original buildings were destroyed by fire, natural disasters or air raids during World War II. At its peak, the temple grounds had more than 120 buildings, but following the decline of Buddhism during the Meiji period, most of them burned during the bombing of Tokyo in the Second World War. Reconstruction began after the war with the Daiden, the Great Hall, which is in front of us, being rebuilt in 1974. one particular garden at the cemetery. Rows of stone statues of children represent unborn children, including miscarried, aborted and stillborn children. Parents can choose a statue in the garden and decorate it with small clothing and toys. Usually the statues are accompanied by a small gift for Jizo, the guardian of unborn children, to ensure that they are brought to the afterlife. The Shiba Park is built around the temple, with the Tokyo Tower standing beside it. Many of the footpaths in the park offer excellent views of the Tokyo Tower, so the park is a popular spot for dates and appears in many television and film sequences. Locals usually come here to take a good photo with the Tokyo Tower. The 21-meter two-storied main gate, Sangedatsumon, survived the bombings of the Second World War. San means free and Gedatsu means moksha. Moksha, also called vimoksha, vimukti and mukti, is a term in Hinduism and Buddhism for various forms of emancipation, liberation, nirvana or release. If someone passes through the gate, he can free himself from three passions: ton, which means greed; shin, which means hatred; and chi, which means foolishness. So it's a good idea to go through this gate and get lost from these three bad things. And this is a huge Himalaya cedar tree, which was planted in 1879 by General Grant, the 18th President of the United States. He visited Japan in 1879. We will visit the attractions of Ueno Park, which include a very beautiful huge lake and also the Ueno Zoo and some Shinto shrines. So I promise that you will not get bored if you watch the complete travel vlog about Ueno Park and its attractions. It is one of the oldest parks of Japan because it was established in 1873. The current Ueno Park is located on the former grounds of Kanei-ji Temple, a Shinto shrine which was established in 1625, and it was belonging to the Edo castle. In 1868, the bloody Battle of Ueno took place here. The samurai of the shogun, of the Tokugawa shogunate, tried to defend the Edo castle because the imperial forces tried to restore the power of the Japanese emperor. Before that, the Tokugawa shogun was de facto the leader of Japan, and after that these Japanese imperial forces tried to re-establish the imperial leadership. So in this battle the imperial forces won, and many samurai died, and in the battle most of the temple's buildings were destroyed. So currently we cannot find so many buildings from this absolutely beautiful Shinto shrine from 1625. So after Emperor Meiji came to Tokyo to lead the country, and well, the shogun was not in power anymore, so Emperor Meiji decided that these grounds should be transformed in a western style park called Ueno Park first, and so thus the park was established in 1873. Amongst the country's first public parks, Ueno Park was founded following the Western example as part of the borrowing and assimilation of international practices that characterizes the early Meiji period. Emperor Meiji was influenced by Western culture, moreover by the Americans. The park has an area of 538,000 square meters. It's absolutely huge, and it is home to 8,800 trees and a number of museums. Many museums are located here. This is, for example, the Tokyo Metropolitan Art Museum, but we can also find here the National Museum of Western Art, the Tokyo National Museum, among some others. There's also a museum of nature and science, so there are many beautiful museums here. I'm planning to visit the National Museum, and I will skip the rest. Ueno Park is also celebrated in spring for its cherry blossoms and hanami. Hanami, literally flower viewing, is a Japanese traditional custom of enjoying the transient beauty of flowers. Flower means hana. In this case almost always refer to those of cherry, which is sakura, or less frequently plum, ume trees. In recent times the park and its attractions have drawn over 10 million visitors a year, making it Japan's most popular city park. In 1924, in honor of the marriage of Hirohito, Emperor Hirohito, Ueno Park was presented to the city by Emperor Taisho, receiving the official name that lasts to this day of Ueno Onshi Koen, literally Ueno Imperial Gift Park. Hirohito was the 124th Emperor of Japan, reigning from 1926 until his death in 1989. He was one of the longest reigning monarchs in the world, with his reign of 62 years being the longest of any Japanese emperor. There are several Shinto shrines in Ueno Park, but I will present you only the most significant ones, the most important shrines. Also, like this, the travel film will be very long, so and anyway, there will be enough recordings of Shinto shrines. From far I didn't even recognize this is a lake. I think I never saw such a lake. Not enough water in this pond. So this is the Shinobazu pond, full with these plants. Incredible. It is situated in the south of Ueno Park. The pond is divided in 3 sections, one called the Lotus Pond, Hasu no Ike, because of the plants that during the summer completely cover its surface. The other one called Boat Pond, Boto no Ike, from the rental boats it hosts, and the third called Cormorant Pond, Ueno Ike, which lies within the limits of the Ueno Zoo and takes its name from the birds that inhabit it. The pond has a circumference of about 2 kilometers. To the north it borders with the Ueno Zoo, to the east with the Keisei Ueno Station. As its center lies Benten Island, of which stands the Benten-do, a temple dedicated to the goddess Benza Iten. We will also go there. Thousands of years ago, the entire place used to be just a cove of Tokyo Bay. Later, some centuries into the Common Era, the sea withdrew, leaving behind extensive marshes. During the Second World War, water was pumped out and the pond divided into rice paddies, the so-called Shinobazu Tanbo. There was later, among others, a plan to build a baseball field on it, but in 1949 it was decided to return the pond to its original, from which we still see today. In September of 1967, a hole was opened by accident in the pond during the construction of Tokyo Metro's Chiyoda line, and approximately 30,000 tons of water flowed away. So I think this is also a reason why this pond is so shallow. And over there is the island with the Shinto shrine. We will also go there now. Now we are entering the Benten Island, Bentenjima in Japanese, on which stands the Benten-do. A temple dedicated to the goddess Benza Iten, literally goddess of eloquence. She is an East Asian Buddhist goddess, technically a Dharmapala, a Dharma protector, who originated mainly from the Hindu Indian Saraswati, goddess of speech, the arts and the learning. Because the goddess was originally the personification of a river, Benten-do often stand next to some source of water, a river, pond, spring, or even the sea. That's why they constructed this temple next to this pond. We are now in the largest zoo of Japan, the Ueno Zoo, which is a 14.3 hectares zoo managed by the Tokyo Metropolitan Government. It was opened on the 20th March of 1882. It's home to very different animals, which I never saw in my life. It's a very strange bird. Let's check what is it, maybe there is a sign. So the zoo is located in the Ueno Park, and it started, it's a show bill. So it started its life as a menagerie attached to the National Museum of Natural History. In 1881, responsibility for this menagerie was handed to naturalist and civil servant Tanaka Yoshio, who oversaw its transition into a public zoo. There should be a giraffe here, but can you see it? Somewhere inside. They say giraffes are in the indoor exhibit, so maybe we can see them from inside. The ground was originally estate to the Imperial family, but it was presented to the municipal government in 1924 along Ueno Park on the occasion of Crown Prince Hirohito's wedding. In August of 1943, the administrator of Tokyo, Shigeo Odachi, ordered that all wild and dangerous animals at the zoo should be killed, claiming that bombs could hit the zoo and escaped animals would wreak havoc in the streets of Tokyo. Requests by the staff at the zoo for a reprieve or to evacuate the animals elsewhere were refused. The poor animals were executed primarily by poisoning, strangulation, or by simply placing the animals on starvation diets. Memorial service was held for the animals in September of 1942, while two of the elephants were still starving, and a permanent memorial built anew in 1975 can be found in the Ueno Zoo. Oh wow. That's a huge hippopotamus. So the zoo is now home to more than 2,600 individuals, representing over 500 species. The zoo provides animals an environment similar to their natural habitat. In recent years, some of the old-fashioned cages of the past have been replaced with modern habitats, such as the gorilla woods. You can also find here a giant panda. That's the reason why I wanted to come here, and many other interesting animals like red pandas. This is an eastern black rhinoceros. Wow.
Блин, у меня фокус происходит на...
Looks like kinda lazy. So cute. Red panda. I never saw flamingos in my life, so it was already worth to visit this zoo. Ring-tailed lemur from Madagascar. Tokyo National Museum is an art museum in the Ueno Park. It's one of the 4 museums operated by the National Institutes for Cultural Heritage, and is considered the oldest national museum in Japan and the largest art museum in the country. It was opened in 1872. The museum collects, preserves and displays a comprehensive collection of artwork and cultural objects from Asia, with a focus on ancient and medieval Japanese art and Asian art along the Silk Road. As of April 2024, the museum held approximately 120,000 cultural properties, including 89 national treasures, 319 Horyuji treasures and 649 important cultural properties. These are very important for the Japanese cultural heritage. We can also find some restaurants and shops within the museum's premises, as well as outdoor exhibitions, including a garden where visitors can enjoy seasonal views. The Japanese government's cultural budget is consistently low. In 2017 the cultural budget was 1/5 that of France and 1/3 that of South Korea. The Tokyo National Museum's annual budget is partly 2 billion yen, which is 1/17 that of the Louvre, 1/5 that of the British Museum, and 1/3 that of National Museum of Korea. The museum was struggling last year to delay repairs to cultural assets and pay utility bills for its facilities due to rising electricity and other costs. The museum has asked the government to increase its budget, but the request has not been granted. The museum's director often complains about its plight in the media. This is an armor. It was not used by the samurai, so I read. But some common soldiers. Very interesting. As I said in the beginning of the vlog, the Ueno Park is located on the former grounds of Kanei-ji Temple. So what is today the Kanei-ji Temple, the main hall? It was taken from Kita-in Temple of Kawagoe city from Saitama prefecture and transferred to the site of a former Kanei-ji sub-temple. Why did they do that? Kanei-ji Temple, well, it is a part of cultural and historical heritage, so they wanted to remember this very old shrine, which was erected in 1625 northeast of Edo Castle to ward off evil spirits that were believed to come from that unlucky direction. So this is not the original Kanei-ji Temple, but to remember that. And actually we are now a little bit off from the Ueno Park, like 9 minutes walking from there. In the Ueno Park we still can find some parts of the Kanei-ji Temple which resisted after the Ueno battle, and we'll also go there. It's the Kanei-ji Temple's 5-story pagoda and the Ueno Toshu-gu shrine, which were amongst the gems of the old temple's enclosure. Both stand undisturbed by the passage of years since the end of the Tokugawa shogunate, and the Shinobazu pond itself and the Bentendo temple, which stands on its island, used to be also integral part of Kanei-ji, the original Kanei-ji. It was once a great complex. It used to occupy the entire heights north and east of Shinobazu pond, and the plans it had immense wealth, power and prestige, and it once consisted of over 30 buildings. This is why I said that this temple, imported from Saitama prefecture, is on the site of a sub-temple, so there were many sub-temples, and 30 buildings totally, actually. Of the 15 Tokugawa shoguns, 6 are buried here. Unfortunately we cannot go inside because restoration takes place, so yeah, we will miss the inner part of this Shinto shrine, but there are still many Shinto shrines which we will discover also from inside, and well, I already presented one in this vlog. As I mentioned before, not so much remained from Kanei-ji shrine. This is the Ueno Toshu-gu shrine, established in 1627. The shrine has remained mostly intact since that time, making it a great example of Shinto architecture in the Edo period. Several of those surviving structures have been designated important cultural properties. Toshu-gu shrines are characterized by enshrining Tokugawa Ieyasu, the founder and the first shogun of the Tokugawa shogunate of Japan, which effectively ruled Japan from the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 until the Meiji Restoration, when the emperor came back to rule Japan again in 1868. Unlike many of the buildings in the surrounding area, Ueno has remained intact, though the numerous earthquakes, fires and wars, including the Battle of Ueno in 1868 and the Great Kanto earthquake in 1923. Ueno also enshrines two other Tokugawa shoguns, Tokugawa Yoshimune and Tokugawa Yoshinobu, the last shogun. Unfortunately, we cannot go inside. It is closed for public all the time, so it's not just like a seasonal restriction, it's always so, but we can still admire this very beautiful golden color of the shrine from outside. Still a nice sight. So this is the 5-story pagoda, which was also part of the Kaneiji temple complex. Unfortunately, we cannot go closer. There is a fence protecting this ancient pagoda. Well, ancient. It was constructed in 1631 and then it was burnt down in 1639, and the existing one was reconstructed in the same year, so it is almost 400 years old. Absolutely incredible. These two buildings survived all natural disasters, earthquakes and everything. I will present you one of the most popular Shinto shrines of the city. This is the Asakusa shrine, but before we will discover the temple, I would like to introduce you what is this Shinto religion. Scholars of religion classified it as East Asian religion, but its practitioners call it Japan's indigenous religion and nature religion. The scholars call the practitioners as Shintoists, but the practitioners of the religion not really call themselves like this, so it is just like theoretical naming. There is no central authority in control of Shinto, with much diversity of belief and practice among practitioners. A polytheistic and animistic religion, the Shinto revolves around supernatural entities called kami. It is believed that the kami can inhabit everything, some natural forces, also animals, and also prominent landscapes. The kami can be worshipped at three places. The first one is a household altar called Kamidana, the second one is the family shrine, and the third one is the public shrine, also called Ginza, for example Asakusa Ginza, which I will present you soon. So these public shrines also have a priest called Kanushi, and he is taking a look if the kami gets enough drink and food offerings, because worshippers who come here usually worship one kami, because each shrine has a kami, and they should offer food and drink also to the kami in order to establish harmony between the human beings and the supernatural forces, the kami. And usually when they worship, they ask for the blessing of the kami. The purpose of the Shinto shrine is to house, to enshrine one or more kamis, and the Shintoists come here to worship these kamis located at the Shinto shrine. Shinto places a major conceptual focus on ensuring purity, largely by cleaning practices such as ritual washing and bathing, especially before worship. So every Shinto shrine has a well like this called chozuya, and before worshipping you should wash your hands and your mouth. This means purifying your hands and mouth at the chozuya. Little emphasis is placed on specific moral codes or particular afterlife beliefs, although the dead are deemed capable of becoming kami. The religion has no single creator or a specific doctrine. Instead, exists in a diverse range of local and regional forms. The term Shinto is often translated to English as the way of kami, although the meaning varied throughout the Japanese history. Kami are not deemed metaphysically different from humanity, so it is possible for humans to become kami. Sometimes dead people are worshipped as kami, for example, like the ancestral protector of the family. A very easy example, like a grandpa was protecting the family and also supporting the next generations, so his sons and grandsons will worship him as a kami after his death and will respect him forever in their life. Or a much more popular example is Emperor Ojin, who was worshipped after he passed away as Hachiman Kami, a protector of Japan and kami of war. Although some kami are venerated in only one single location, some kami are having shrines in many different areas. For example, Hachiman, this former emperor, has more than 25,000 shrines all over in Japan. Bunrei means dividing the spirit, so the act of establishing a new shrine for a kami which already has a shrine is called bunrei. Then they hold a ceremony to invite the kami to also stay in this new shrine. The ceremony is called kanjo. Because the kami already has an original shrine, the new one can be only a subsidiary shrine, which is called bunsha. Many kami have also messengers, these are usually animals. For example, Hachiman's messenger is the dove. Modern Shinto ideas about the afterlife largely revolve around the idea that the spirit survives bodily death and continues to assist the living. But modern Shinto places greater emphasis on this life than on any afterlife. The universe is divided into 3 parts. The plane of high heaven, called Takama no Hara, this is where the kami live. The phenomenal or manifested world, this is Utsushi-yo, where humans live. And the nether world, called Yomotsu Kuni, this is where unclean spirits reside. So the spirits of the dead are usually living in the mountains, and after 33 years they join the family kami, and they also come down to help the livings. For example, they take part of agricultural events. This sounds funny for me. I mean, if we want to harvest some grains, some rice, for example, I don't know how this spirit can help in this ceremony, but well, I'm presenting you a totally different culture, so of course it is very strange for us to understand it. In Shinto belief, the obake is a restless spirit who died in bad circumstances and can come back to take revenge. The inner sanctuary of the Shinto shrine, in which the kami lives, is the Honden. So this is a Honden, the main hall of the shrine. Inside the Honden may be stored the material belongings to the kami, known as Shimpo. This can include artworks, clothing, weapons, musical instruments, bells and mirrors. We cannot go inside, unfortunately. Some individuals visit the shrines daily, often on their morning route to work. They typically take only a few minutes. Usually, a worshipper will approach the Honden, placing a monetary offering in a box. This is the box, and then ringing a bell to call the kami's attention, or clapping 2 times. Then they blow, clap and stand by silently offering a prayer. The clapping is known as kashiwade or hakushu, the prayers or supplications as kigan. At the shrine, individuals offering prayers are not necessarily praying to a specific kami. A worshipper may not know the name of the kami residing at the shrine, nor how many kami are believed to stay there. People often ask the kami to help offset inauspicious events that may affect them. For instance, in Japanese culture, the age 33 is seen as being unlucky for women and the age 42 for men, and thus people can ask the kami to offset any ill fortune associated with being this age. There are many Shinto rituals, and I will present you one. Let's begin with the gate called Tori. Tori is a traditional Japanese gate, most commonly found at the entrance of or within a Shinto shrine. It symbolically marks the transition from the mundane to the sacred, and the spot where kami are welcomed and taught to travel through. The presence of a tori at the entrance is usually the simplest way to identify Shinto shrines, and the small tori icon represents them on Japanese road maps and also on Google Maps. Tori gates were traditionally made from wood or stone, but today they can also be made of reinforced concrete, stainless steel or other materials. So the etiquette at the Shinto shrine is the following. The first step is to bow once before entering the gate, the tori. The second step is to go through, but it is not allowed to walk through the center of the torii, as that is reserved for deities. Here this Shinto shrine is very organized. They block the middle, so we cannot go through there. So we usually take the left or the right of the torii to enter the shrine. So yes, just be aware if there is no fence in the middle, because sometimes Shintoists look strange on the tourists who walk through the very center of the torii. So the third step is to purify hands and mouth with chozuya. I already said about this one, so this is the next step. After that, the fourth step is to put money in the offering box. That is one in the middle, the offering box. And the next step is like optional. The fifth step is to ring the bell 2-3 times if present. So here is no bell present, so we cannot use the bell. The sixth step is to bow twice. Then the seventh step is to clap twice. This is to attract attention of the kami living in the Shinto shrine. After, we need to pray and also bow once, but this last bow should be deeper than the others at a 90-degree angle. So this is the ceremony of the Shinto prayer. Various tentative etymologies of the word torii exist. According to one of them, the name derives from the term tori iru, which means pass through and enter. Before I can present you the Asakusa Shinto shrine, I should present the legend of the Senso-ji temple, a Buddhist temple, which is absolutely amazing. One of the biggest attractions of Tokyo. The legend states that two brothers, fishermen named Hinokuma Hamanari and Hinokuma Takenari, found a bosatsu. A bodhisattva is a person who is on the path towards Bodhi, awakening, or Buddhahood. So this bosatsu canon statue was caught in a fishing net in the Sumida River in 628. So they found this statue, and the third man, a wealthy landlord named Hajino Matsuchi or Hajino Nakatomo, heard about the discovery and approached the brothers, to whom he delivered an impassioned sermon about the Buddha. The brothers were very impressed and subsequently converted to the Buddhist religion. The canon statue was consecrated in a small temple by the landlord, and the two brothers were thereafter devoted to preaching the way of Buddhism. This temple is now known as the Senso-ji temple. Absolutely beautiful. And the Asakusa shrine was built in order to worship these three men as gods, as deities. The first temple was founded in 645, which makes it the oldest established temple in Tokyo. In the early years of the Tokugawa shogunate, Tokugawa Ieyasu designated Senso-ji as a guardian temple of the Tokugawa clan. During World War II, the temple was destroyed during the firebombing air raid on the 10th March of 1945. The main hall was rebuilt between 1951 and 58 and has been perceived as a symbol of rebirth and peace by Japanese people. In the courtyard there is a tree that was hit by a bomb in the air raids, and it had regrown, and it is a similar symbol as the temple itself. I need to find which tree was it, because I didn't know yet. Also, this courtyard is absolutely impressive, splendid structures. Probably that is the tree in front of us, which was regrown, and in the background you can also see the Tokyo SkyTree. The temple now has a titanium tiled roof that maintains a historic image, but is stronger and lighter. Sensoji is the focus of Tokyo's largest and most popular festival, Sanja Matsuri. This takes place over 3 to 4 days in late spring and sees the surrounding streets closed to traffic. Within the temple itself, and also at many places on its approach, there are omikuji stalls. For a suggested donation of 100 yen, visitors may consult the oracle and divine answers to their questions. Omikuji are random fortunes written on strips of paper at Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples in Japan. After randomly choosing one from a box, you can hope for the resulting fortune to be good. The omikuji predicts the person's chances of their hopes coming true, of finding a good match, or generally matters of health, fortune, life, and so on. When the prediction is bad, you still have a chance. It is a custom to fold up the strip of paper and attach it to a pine tree or a wall of metal wires, alongside the other bad fortunes in the temple or shrine grounds. A purported reason for this custom is a pun on the word for pine tree. And the verb to wait, the idea being that the bad luck will wait by the tree rather than attach itself to the bearer. Because matsu is meaning pine tree, and to wait is also matsu, so yeah, it's a strange custom actually. So the event of the fortune being good, the bearer has two options. They can also tie it to a tree or wires so that the fortune has a greater effect, or then they keep their luck. The Hozomon Gate is translated in Japanese as the Treasure House Gate. It is the inner of two large entrance gates that ultimately lead to the Sensoji Temple, the outer being the Kaminarimon. It stands 22.7 meters tall, 21 meters wide and 8 meters deep. The Hozomon was first built in 1942 by Taira no Kinmasa, destroyed by fire in 1631. It was rebuilt by Tokugawa Iemitsu in 1636. It stood for 300 more years until it was once again burned down during the Tokyo air raids in 1945. It was rebuilt in 1964 with a steel reinforced concrete structure. Since the gate was reconstructed using flame-resistant materials, the upper story of the Hozomon stores the Sensoji treasure sutras that is in the upper floor. Unfortunately, we cannot visit it. Sutra is in Indian literary tradition refers to an aphorism or a collection of aphorisms in the form of a manual, or more broadly a condensed manual or a text. The Hozomon houses two guardian statues that are located on either side of the gate's south face. These 4.45 meter tall statues represent Neo, the guardian deities of the Buddha. The gate also features three large lanterns. The largest and the most prominent lantern is a red chochin that hangs under the center of the gate's opening. With a height of 3.75 meter, a diameter of 2.7 meter and a weight of 400 kilograms. The lantern displays the name of the town Kobunacho. The current iteration of the lantern dates back to 2003, when 5 million yen was donated by the people of Kobunacho. Its donation commemorated the 400-year anniversary of the start of the Edo period. The Hozomon's second story houses many of the Sensoji treasures, not just the sutra, also some old relics. And now we enter the gate to the Sensoji temple. There's also one beautiful pagoda. Here you can buy some amulets. And here's the fortune telling. You need to shake that box, then one stick is falling out. The stick has an identifier, and based on the identifier you can find your paper. That box contains the paper, and on the paper you can check if it's good luck or bad fortune. But it's all in Japanese, so a little bit hard for the tourists. Then you need to put back the stick so other people will shake it again, and yeah, actually it's kind of repetitive because the same people can draw the same sticks, the same fortune, but I think fortune telling is just so.
Means very good.
Very good?
Very
okay.
good, very good.
Okay, good life?
Yes.
Can you tell me shortly what is it about?
I don't know very clear, but I know it's this word is good, and it's great good.
Oh, okay. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Yes,
thank you. Have a nice day. The Kaminarimon means Thunder Gate. So the Kaminarimon is the outer of the two large entrance gates of the Sensoji temple. The gate with its lanterns and statues is popular with tourists. It stands 11.7 meter tall, 11.4 meter wide, and covers an area of 69.3 square meters, so it is smaller than the Hozomon gate. This also has some guardians. The first gate was built in 1941, but the current gate dates from 1960 because it was destroyed in the Second World War. So when we want to enter the temple, first we need to go through this gate. It's really crowded near Asakusa shrine always, because it's a high season, it's a very popular tourist attraction. There are two demons as guardians. Some Indian Japanese people. Right after entering the Kaminarimon gate, we can find a shopping street which is absolutely amazing. This is the Nakamise shopping street, Nakamise Dori. The street leading from the Thunder Gate to the temple itself is lined up with small shops selling souvenirs ranging from fence, ukiyo-e, which means woodblock prints, kimono and other robes, Buddhist scrolls, traditional sweets to Godzilla toys, t-shirts and mobile phone straps. So you can find literally everything here. These shops themselves are part of the living tradition of selling to pilgrims who walk to Sensoji. The street is approximately 250 meters long and contains around 89 shops, so you can find literally everything here.
He has it at his house.
got the turn on. 2300.
Origami.
You buy it? I don't think so.
Really?
And last but not the least, the Asakusa Shrine, which is located in the Asakusa district of Tokyo. So whole district is named after this shrine. There is also the Asakusa metro line, subway line, and Asakusa station. Also known as Sanja-sama, the shrine of the three gods. It is one of the most famous Shinto shrines in the city. An example of the Gongen Zukuri style of architecture, Asakusa Shrine was commissioned by Tokugawa Iemitsu, a shogun, and built in 1649 during the Edo period of Japan. Part of a larger grouping of sacred buildings in the area, Asakusa Shrine is on the east side of the Sensoji temple. One of the only two buildings in the area to survive World War II. It is designated an important cultural property due to its long history. So this survived the air raids, this temple. The shrine and its surrounding area and buildings have also been the site of many Shinto and Buddhist festivals for the centuries. The most important and the most famous of these festivals is Sanja Matsuri, held in late May.
めちゃめちゃいい姿勢じゃん。はい、気をつけ。そうね。ハードルジャンプ。立ってください。2本の足だけで飛び越えていきたいと思います。広い後にしてください。はい、立つ。はい。さあ行きましょう。まずは1つ。ゆうちゃん。はい、ジャンプ。それ。ありがとうございますね。まあ言うてもまだ1つですから、さあどんどん数増やしていきます。ありがとうございます。さあ増えたら難しいよ。どんどん数が増えます。続いて2つ。はい、まとめてジャンプです。まとめて飛びます。さあさらに3ついきますよ。3ついきますね。もう間が広がってますから5つ分はございます。これももちろんまとめていきましょう。ハードル3つ。いいね。 OK でしょう。ありがとうございます。じゃあもうこの調子でどんどん頑張りましょう。今度は縦に積んでいきます。高さにやりません。
Poor monkey.
3段。
I feel sorry for
ど
him.
いて。どいて。降りて。早く。降りてって。早く。はい。降りて。はい、じゃあそれでは行きましょう。縦3段。あ、すみません、もうちょっといいリアクション来るかなって思ってたんですけど、まあ皆さん冷静に止めるんだって感じで、そうですよ。でもうリアクションないと大抵もなんやこんやろ。もうねすぐ態度に出るんで。さあそれではもう一回ハードル上げるところからやります。ハードル上に上がったら皆さんでうわー OK いきます。なんと高さに挑戦。はいどうぞ。いい感じ。そんな感じで縦3段。ありがとうございます。さあもう U の身長を超えてますからね。自分の身長を超えてます。これが決まったらどんどんすごい芸いきます。オープニング。はい、縦3段。早く縦3段。いいね。 OK でしょ。ありがとうございます。 OK やるときははいやる男。もう一回 OK ありがとうございます。じゃあもうこの勢いに乗ってさらにすごい芸いきます。大きな階段を使ったダイナミック芸。優が得意とする大技芸です。どうか最後までねたくさんの応援よろしくお願いいたします。さあ行きましょう。階段降りて千枚切れスイッチオン。ニュニュニュニュニュ。はい OK。 さあ行きます。彼の動きよくご覧ください。頑張ってよ。行きます。はいどうぞ。で降りて登ります。さあここからです。どんどん間を広げていきます。飛んで着地が逆立ち。Thank you、ね、今度はジャンプした後に着地が逆立ちです。さあ行きます。猿回し18番芸。はい発想跳び。
I will present you the busiest train station of the world, which is the Shinjuku Station. It handles more than 3.6 million passengers daily. So this is the busiest train station in the world. According to the Guinness Book of World Records, it handles more than 3.6 million passengers daily. The station itself was established in 1885 and has since grown into a sprawling complex housing various satellite stations, department stores and shopping malls. These are built directly into the station. Managing the enormous daily footfall is no small feat. The station has over a dozen railway and subway lines, efficiently ferrying commuters through Tokyo and beyond. A well-planned layout, clear signage in multiple languages, and dedicated staff help ensure smooth operations amidst the bustling activity. Despite its size and complexity, Shinjuku Station remains an essential part of Tokyo's efficient public transportation system. It is also the main station of East Japan Railway Company, GR East. Shinjuku Station opened in 1885 as a stop on Japan Railway's Akabane-Shinagawa line, now part of the Yamanote line, which I just used. Shinjuku was still a quiet community at the time, and the station was not heavily trafficked at first. The opening of the Chuo line 1889, Keio line 1915 and the Odaiba line 1923 led to increase the traffic through the station. Subway service began in 1959. The station has 53 platforms totally, and the entire above underground complex has well over 200 exits. So if you plan to meet somebody at Shinjuku Station, it might be complicated. They're also selling food. Some cutlet curry. Looks like a katsu curry to me. Pork kimchi curry, that's Korean kimchi. And there are many shops and stores everywhere. You can also use lockers to keep your luggage at the station. And there are many signs which line in which direction is. So, but I still think that even for experienced tourists, it is hard to navigate in such a huge station, even though you can find signs for every direction, for every line. Here is a map of the station. This already explains how complicated this is. And, there are many subway lines and many train lines. These are the lines of the Japan Railways, the train lines. And actually the Shinjuku Station is split to 4 parts in order to navigate better. We have the West Concourse, South Concourse, East Concourse and North Concourse. And there is another building which hosts the expressway bus terminal. We need to exit from the railway part in order to catch a bus, for example, in the direction of Fuji. find a clothes store here. I don't know if these are second-hand clothes, but the prices are kinda cheap. Not pricey at all. So yes, you can find literally everything. Here's like a street with restaurants. You need to order here outside, pay here on this machine, and then show the ticket inside for the restaurant. They don't take the money. No cash or card payment for the stuff, you need to pay at the machine. So now I came out of the first building of Shinjuku Station, and on the other side of this road we can find the second building of Shinjuku Station. With the expressway bus terminal. It's over there on the 4th floor on the top of this building. Absolutely incredible. And it's also interesting that on the 3rd floor you can also find a taxi station. So this is the second building of the Shinjuku station. Shinjuku Expressway bus terminal is located there. Absolutely huge buildings, of course, but how to handle 3.6 million passengers daily? You need some floor space. Now let's take a look also on the bus terminal. So we are on the 4th floor, and the bus is stopped here on the top of the building. And if we go inside the terminal, there we can find a panel which shows which bus rides to where, from which platform. So this is how we can navigate. Fuji Highland Kawaguchiko. present you the Tokyo Station. Tokyo Station is a major railway station in Chiyoda, served by the high-speed rail lines of the Shinkansen network, the bullet train. Tokyo Station is the main intercity rail terminal in Tokyo. It is the busiest station in Japan in terms of scheduled trains, with more than 4,000 trains arriving and departing daily, and the fifth busiest in eastern Japan in terms of passenger throughput. On average, more than 500,000 people use Tokyo Station every day. The station is also served by many regional commuter lines of Japan Railways, as well as the Tokyo Metro network. The main station facade on the Marunouchi side is made primarily of bricks and partly dates back to the station's opening in 1949. But now it will be interesting to find that Marunouchi part because the station is huge. But I will try to do it. The whole complex is linked by an extensive system of underground passageways that merge with surrounding commercial buildings and shopping centers. You can find here many coffee shops, restaurants and stores. Absolutely amazing. I found a Shinkansen train, a bullet train. Many are cancelled because of the typhoon, and I was a little bit worried about it. It didn't reach yet Tokyo, but let's talk about Shinkansen, which means literally new main line, colloquially known in English as the bullet train. It is a network of high-speed railway lines in Japan. Initially, it was built to connect distant Japanese regions with Tokyo, the capital, to aid economic growth and development. It is owned by the Japan Railway Construction, Transport and Technology Agency and operated by 5 Japan Railways group companies. It's very interesting that the platform of Shinkansen is so elevated compared to the regional lines. Well, I cannot get to that platform because you need a ticket for that and I don't have any. It really looks like a bullet. Starting with the Tokaido Shinkansen, 515.4 km long in 1964, the network has been expanded to currently 2,951.3 km of lines with a maximum speeds of 260, 320 km per hour, 283.5 km of mini Shinkansen lines. There's also a mini Shinkansen line. They have a maximum speed of 130 km per hour. The network presently links most major cities on the islands of Honshu and Kyushu and Hakodate on the northern island of Hokkaido, with an extension to Sapporo under construction and scheduled to commence in the March of 2031. Test runs have reached 443 km per hour for conventional rail in 1996 and up to a world record 603 km per hour for the SC Maglev trains in April of 2015. The original Tokaido Shinkansen, connecting Tokyo, Nagoya and Osaka, 3 of Japan's largest cities, is one of the world's busiest high-speed rail lines. In the one-year period preceding March 2017, it carried 159 million passengers, and since its opening more than 5 decades ago, it has transported more than 6.4 billion total passengers. The Shinkansen is very reliable thanks to several factors, including its near total separation from slower traffic. In 2016, GR Central reported that the Shinkansen's average delay from schedule per train was 24 seconds. This includes delays due to uncontrollable causes such as natural disasters. In April 2024, a train arriving to Nagoya was delayed by 17 minutes due to a report of small snakes slithering through a passenger carriage. Over the Shinkansen's 50-plus year history, carrying over 10 billion passengers, there have been no passenger fatalities due to train accidents such as derailments or collisions, despite frequent earthquakes and typhoons. In the event of an earthquake detection system can bring the train to stop very quickly. Newer train sets are lighter and have a stronger braking systems, allowing for quicker stopping. Fortunately, I could find the brick facade of the Tokyo railway station from 1914. Absolutely beautiful. Look at this contrast. The very modern skyscrapers and this old European style building. I saw even Japanese people taking photos with this entrance, with this gate to the Tokyo station, with this facade. Absolutely impressive. And well, it looks like some station in Europe, but I don't remember which one. But the architectural style is very European. Such a brick station was built here in Tokyo, 1914. So So this was the complete travel film about Tokyo. I hope that you enjoyed it, and if that's so, please subscribe to my channel if you didn't do it yet. It's very important to push on the bell icon, because this is how you get notified about the new content. Have a nice day and goodbye.